Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. Hope everybody is well this morning. We've got a really good day today. I mean, a really lovely show. Janet Clare is here for one. Those of you who have not met Janet Clare before, my word, she is an inspiration. She really is. I know it's very early. It's literally about 20 seconds into the show, but look at this. This quilt is... I think I'm going to call it. I think this is potentially my favourite quilt I've ever had on air. I absolutely love it. And what I love about it as well is that it's a real sort of journey through your quilting world. So you've got a applique on here, you've got piecing, you've got foundation paper piecing, you've got embroidery, you've got real snippets of things that you could use then again for bags, for all sorts. There's loads that you're going to be able to do with the kit. Now, we have got a very limited amount of kits that have been put together. It comes with the most incredible book because it isn't just something that we could have put, or Janet could have put instructions together for. It's a book. You can get the book separately. So if you love the whales, the boats, the seagulls, the beach huts, the elements, if you just want to use these elements on bags or cushions, if you love Janet Clare's style of this beautiful blue, nautical, very calming colours, then get the book. The book's available on its own. Everything's on pre-order, and I know a lot of Janet Clare fans. Obviously, this is a TV launch. This is the first time anybody's seen it on television. I know lots of you who potentially may have seen this quilt in person at Festival of Quilts and fell in love with it. We have got the limited edition quilt kits today. So those of you that were waiting for it, I'm presuming you've already been on the website and got it. There's lots of you have checked out already. Hence why I wanted to tell you about this before anything else this morning. Now, we're going to have a really lovely morning with Janet as well. She's going to be here at 9 o'clock, and all the fabrics that you're seeing in this quilt are designed by Janet Clare herself. They're made with Moda, alongside Moda. I mean, how amazing is that collaboration anyway? But she's got here her sketchbooks, her ideas. She will talk us through the process of how it happens from her imagination to a finished quilt like this. So we can have a really good talk with her about that, and also do some demos later on as well. But if you've got any questions for her, get them in. What a spectacular quilt though. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. I love the fabrics. By the Sea Fabrics. I must say, it's one of those quilts that when it was hung up on the wall, I instantly said, I love it. But then when you start to look and your eye goes on this journey, it's just, there's so much to look at. There is so much to look at. It's absolutely amazing. We're going to ask her about all of these different blocks and her inspiration and the sort of, narrowing down process of which blocks made the quilt, because it is the most amazing sample of quilt, isn't it? So anyway, I just wanted to let you know, it's on the website. If you want to have a look, please, please, please grab the limited edition quilts whilst you can. They are coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Now, early birds, really special actually. Obviously, of course, with everything that's going on in the world at the moment, we know that a lot of people obviously are catching up throughout the day and watching us at different times, in and out watching the show. So if you are watching later on this evening on a replay, it's definitely worth finding out if there are any of these still available, because we are actually discounting the Oliso iron today as an early bird special. I mention this virtually every single time I'm on air. We are about to take a big discount onto this iron today. Now, those of you that have been waiting for the day, umming and ahhing about getting it, get it today. We're not just taking a £5 off. In fact, Hannah, I thought you said we were taking £10 off. We're not. We're going to take more than £10 off. So, the price that it's at already, I have talked about many a time on the show since we launched it just about a month or two ago. And the reason that I mention this price a lot is because we were so proud that we managed to get this lower than any other retailer that I could find at the time on the web. So this was already brilliant. We've never, oh my word, ever taken it as low as we're going to today. So it has actually been a little bit lower as part of the Festival of Quilts special. It was a limited 7 days. Wasn't it 159? Oh, we took it to 155.99. Better than I thought. So that was a £7 discount. Brilliant. We're going to do it, and then I'll talk you through why this is so amazing. Those of you that want this at the lowest ever price, it's for today and today only. If you're watching on a replay, ask if there are availability, because once again, we have a limited number of irons that we can take under 150. And that means for the first time ever, our split pay is under £50 as well, which is so exciting. We've never taken it that low. 3 split pays. Now this is on. This is on. And I would never ordinarily leave an iron face down on a wooden table. It's absolutely incredible, and I'm not worried. I've lost that sort of anxiety now of leaving the iron face down when I'm talking about the Oliso, because look, it's slightly warm, yes, almost like to a radiator touch, slightly warm, but it's got a really, really great sensitive touch handle. So this is now the Oliso Pro Plus, which basically means the Oliso iron that those of you have known for a few years, maybe you've watched a lot of American quilting demonstrations on YouTube or channels and have seen this on different shows in America. They've now made the Pro Plus, which makes it even smarter. So it's even quicker at raising up those scorch guards that you see at the bottom. They literally will lift up. What I'll do is I'll grab my ironing board in just so you can see how quick that is. As soon as I touch it, it lowers. If I let go, it lifts up. Now you're thinking, why is that going to be useful? As a sewer, it is incredibly useful because we do a lot of repetitive pressing, sewing, cutting. There's a lot of repetition in pressing when we're doing lots of half square triangles, when we're doing lots of patchwork. So to be able to have that lift without having to constantly do this wrist action, one, maybe you have problems with your joints, or that repetitive strain is giving you a bit of an uncomfortable wrist, whereas this is going to help with that. But also just the time saving. If you add up the amount of time that it takes constantly to lift it up, and I've got a little bit of a rickety ironing board, and I'm always aware of it toppling over. I always think, even if I'm doing, some bedding or ironing some dresses or clothes, I'm always aware when I've got it up, especially with Maisie around now, if you've got any little paws or little hands around, I do find, don't get me wrong, it's still very, very hot. It is an iron, but I just automatically feel that it is safer when it's in this position. So it isn't designed to be sat up. I mean, it does sit up there, but it is designed that you can literally keep it flat down like that and it will not scorch your fabric. Imagine piecing and doing all your beautiful applique on the sampler quilt that we're launching today. You've just finished it. You're giving it that final press and you scorch it. How disappointed, how gutted would you be? To be able to have that worry eliminated is brilliant. Now, talking about safety as well, it has a built-in auto switch off. So if you leave it like this, 30 minutes, it will switch itself off. If it for some reason topples over after, I think it is 2 minutes or it's a minute or so. Is it 30 seconds, Kat? 30 seconds. It's that quick at switching off if it topples over. So it has that auto shut off after 30 seconds if it's been toppled over, which is brilliant, isn't it? So that is, of course, one of the main functions of the Pro Plus. So not only does it have this amazing smart technology of that auto lift, it also has a really large water tank. So a lot of your irons, your traditional, domestic irons will have a spout here, which you can fill up and it ends up spilling. You might only be able to get 100 ml of water in there, whereas in here, look, you've got your little funnel and you also have a really lovely large water tank jug that comes with it with that lovely long spout. So when you fill it, it just slides down its little water slide. That's my the best way of describing it. And you can fill up to, I think it's 375 ml of water. So I mean, if you are doing lots of pressing, if you're a dressmaker using lots of steam, you're not going to have to keep filling up with water. It does have your steam option. You can also use it as a dry iron, and I love how clear the buttons on the front are. So you've got the 3 different steam settings here. So you've got no steam, you've got steam, you've got steamy or really steamy. If you live in a hard water area, it reduces build-up of it's got the technology basically in the cartridge. I think that's the technical sort of name. Anti-limescale build-up and calc technology. So if you do have hard water, it's not going to get that build-up, which is brilliant. So it's got the 3 steam settings. As I said, the dial on the front here is where it's really easy to navigate through exactly your different heat settings. So if you're working with synthetics, if you're working with wool and silk, if you're working with linen and cotton, and I don't know whether you can hear, it has almost little clicks in between each setting. So if you do want it really hot, you've got that very, very hot setting. And you can see there, it's got the flashing light. So when it reaches its optimum temperature, it will then just become, there you go, a static light, and it changes and adapts to whatever you're setting very, very quickly. Now, the base of the iron has got this diamond ceramic, again, amazing technology. So it is hot from left to right, from the top of the tip to the bottom. It is completely, it's got this amazing, how do I describe it? Heat distribution across the whole of the bottom of the iron, which I know sounds like, well, surely every iron is very hot at the bottom, but you'd be surprised at how actually certain parts of the iron don't get as hot as others, whereas this has got that great heat distribution across the whole base of the iron. And can you see also how all of the steam holes are distributed across the whole surface of that iron as well? So it's not just in one position, you're going to get a great steam, which, let's have a look. You've got your steam button here. If I put this on extra steamy, you have got your water button there, and then you've also got your steam setting. So you can use this for vertical steam. You can use this obviously whilst it's face down as well. And if you have got it on constant steam, once it's lifted, that steam will stop. So it's not going to be spraying out lots of steam underneath your project, don't worry. But it presses a dream. Obviously, when you're going to spend £150 or normally nearly £170 on an iron, you want it to press beautifully. This is very creased cotton. You know, if you get some fat quarters home and they've got lots of stubborn creases, It's actually really, really quick. I mean, that's without any best press. That was very, very creased indeed. And instantly, it presses beautifully, really beautifully. Wendy Orlando's got this, Delphine Brooks has got this. I know that Wendy's been putting lots of videos recently on her social media using it and how she's found it. Stephanie's just messaged in saying, I have that iron, I love it. Julie's just said, I've got the Aliso iron and I love it. The thing is, yes, if you want to go out there and spend £40 on an iron, you absolutely can. You've got to know that you're doing the right amount of pressing, and of course as sewers, we do a lot of pressing. In fact, I did argue the other day, I said I think your iron is actually probably as important as your sewing machine in your sewing room. You're pressing as much as you're sewing, aren't you? And it does help in the results of getting that really lovely crisp finish. That lifting, oh my word, is going to be so helpful. The fact that you can literally keep that on your work desk, use it in your convenience. When you're doing binding, for example, imagine then repositioning, refolding again and using it without having to lift it. So there are still lots of other features of the Aliso iron. For one, the cord. This is the longest cord that we've ever seen on an iron. It's actually plugged in on the other desk. Sorry, it's all knotted up and yet it's still absolutely fine to reach across from the other table. There you go. So you have got, how long was it? 3.7 metres of cord as well. Again, why do we need 3.7 metres? Maybe you live in an older property that doesn't have as many plug sockets. Maybe you're ironing the new quilt that we've got from Janet Clare when you finished it. It's a big quilt. If you're giving that final press, you know that you can do it easily with that 3.7 metres of cord without having to stop and replug it in another part of the room. Maybe you do have a designated crafting room, or you don't have a designated craft room, but you have to plug in one area and you want to do your pressing over by your sewing machine. You've got that ability to press wherever is convenient. So that's an amazing feature. Also, my iron at home has about a 1-inch tip here. So if you were to put your fabrics underneath here, then it would probably stop about there. So if you are ironing shirts, collars, buttonholes, this is a brilliant feature. This goes in 2 inches deep. Collars, pockets, pleats, pressing seams. It is brilliant that you can get your fabric right under the finishing on your dressmaking. So it isn't just, a standard 1 inch. This is 2 inch deep, which is brilliant. And as I said, the main thing about it is that it gets really nice and hot. It presses beautifully. It means that you're not spending as much time pressing. It's going to open those seams really nicely as it's got that great detailed tip. It glides across your fabric. Even though this is I would say this has slightly more weight to it than my domestic iron at home. So as you're not going to be doing this action all the time, don't be put off by the fact that it's slightly weightier. The reason I like that it's weightier is because actually it's doing its job better, isn't it? It's gliding across the fabric and it's really pressing exactly as you want. Now, I have got other things to talk about this hour, believe it or not, but I just wanted for anybody who has never seen this iron before to make an informed decision, as it is a considered purchase. But today you are saving over £10. Early bird special. It is one of the most popular, well, it is the most popular iron that we stock at its normal price, and it's the lowest price we've ever done. Just £49.99 on split pay as well. If you do get it home today, remember, if you are purchasing this today, remember you've paid your P&P for the whole day, and you definitely want to stick around for Janet Clare's show. She's got an amazing show. Oh, also that 360 ball. Look at that. So if you are spinning it round, I told you, Kat loves me talking about this iron. Kat has learned so much, hence why she knew the cut-off time, the length of the cord. She also knew the water tank. So did Hannah, to be fair. But Kat loves this iron. Right. Enjoy your early bird today, and thank you, management, because this is one of those things that we never, ever thought that we'd be able to discount. Now, we've got a bit of a technical issue with Bruce's, I'm calling it his stretch screen. For some reason, my director screen is all stretched. So Hannah said that she'd print off the menu for me. She hasn't. So we're going to try and read it through. But this isn't Hannah's forte. So we'll see how we get on. So, 8 o'clock. Gadgets you'll love this first hour. Amazing. One of my favourite shows. Me and Janet Clare. We've got To the Sea collection, which is brand new. The quill. I mean, come on. Let's have a look at it. There's already so many of you have checked out on it. I'm so pleased you love it as much as I do. Tom, I know you're watching. How beautiful is this? This is literally, oh. The thing is, I don't know who wouldn't love this. There are certain quilts that I personally really like, but aren't to everybody's tastes, that are quite bold, that are quite bright. Whereas this, it's calm, it's neutral colours, it's those beautiful navies, it's sea related, which we all love. You get not only all of the brand new to the sea fabric that Janet Clare has designed, mowed up fabric. I mean, there's oodles of fabric in the kit. It all comes so beautifully presented in a Janet Clare tote bag, but also you get the book. Normally I'd say you get the pattern, you get your templates, you get your instructions, you get a whole book to make this. Maybe you don't want to make the whole thing. Maybe you want to read a bit about her inspiration. Maybe you want to learn a couple of these different blocks. Maybe you want to do the compass and the seagulls. Maybe you want to do the boat and the whales. Maybe incorporate them into a memory quilt. However you want to use it, you've got the book. I mean, look at how big it is. It's absolutely huge. Hannah saying, you're either very small or that quilt is very big. Well, I'm 5'3". It's a big quilt. It is a big quilt. Gosh, I love it. So that's our 9 o'clock show. We're going to go through it all. Don't forget, we also have pre-cuts. The first look at the pre-cuts of the To the Sea collection. Now, we don't have it by the half metre. You have half metres or different cuts in the quilt kit, but we have got the first launch we've ever seen, the first look at the To the Sea collection. We've got the 5-inch charm squares. I think they're the only 5-inch charm squares that we have in the whole of our company. The whole of the warehouse, there's no other 5-inch charm squares, which is crazy, isn't it? We've also got the jelly rolls, and we've also got the 10-inch charm squares as well. So that's really exciting to have a look at. So that's coming up at 9 o'clock. Oh yeah, the compass would look great just on cushions. They would look brilliant on cushions, you're right. And they're really nice size blocks as well, really achievable. I think it's one that you're not going to get bored of doing. I'm all for a methodical quilt where there's a lot of repetition, but you also want something that's going to keep you a bit on your toes, keep you learning. I think this is something that you're going to keep learning lots of different techniques, because obviously you've got some piecing here, we've got a plique. Which ones I'm guessing this is foundation paper piece. I know there's some FPP in there. We'll have to ask Janet. I'll save all of the questions for Janet. She's coming up at 9 o'clock. Well, I've got at 10, Hannah, sewing room tools. So actually it's not tools, it's supplies. So Hannah's thought about things that you've already got in your workroom that you might need refills for, that you might need to stock up on certain supplies. So it's sewing room supplies at 10 o'clock. 11, Janet's going to be here. Again, we're going to talk about her designs. We're going to be talking about how she creates it. We're going to answer all your questions on, the technical bits and bobs. If you want any demos explained, then we can do that as well. So that's going to be, in fact, actually, we can do this one. We can do this one later as well. This one's called Square Dance. It's been on air before. A kit for this is also available. It's underneath us on the website. The kit for this one, just so you know, though, is down to 6. Once that kit has gone, she will not be able to make any more in that fabric. So all the Janet Clare, her and her people, they put together amazing collections, but they're always a bit more sort of limited edition, aren't they? If you love the certain fabrics, you've got to get them. Moda doesn't reprint them, so even Janet Clare can't get them for us. So definitely make the most of it. Right, if this is worrying you, don't panic. I promise, look, not scorched my fabric that whole time I was talking. In fact, I'm going to just leave it here for the next, well, it cuts off after half an hour, doesn't it? But I'll leave it there. Remember, it's not $162.99 today. It's early bird. It is the early bird special. If you're coming in this morning and checking out, remember, use your split pay option. Everybody who's got them in their basket, Have a serious think about it. Don't wait too long though, because always loads of you have already checked out. Why are you quoting Kylie Minogue lyrics, Tom? I don't know. Oh, it's because I said spinning round? Oh, okay. Hannah was on the same wavelength as you. She was singing it as well. Okay, also, last hour, cushion kits. They're all available on pre-order today. As I say, it's going to be a lovely day today. The Highland Cow's available. 12 o'clock, instructions available for the Highland Cow cushion. I know, I saw Delphine yesterday, went for a coffee, and yeah, she was telling me that she still has messages about that Highland Cow. She still has messages. I know I say it like I'm cursing it. Obviously, she's thrilled about it, but I don't think we ever imagined the first time that I met Delphine that we'd still be talking about this Highland Cow years later. It's so popular and I absolutely love it. Love it, love it. So it is still available if you want it. I can't show you how you shop, can I? Because it's all stretchy on the screen. It doesn't look right. So if you do go to the website though, our website is fine. It's fine for us. It's Bruce's screen. It's just, well, it's not Bruce's fault. It's the screen. We need to speak to the IT. For some reason, it's all stretched out. Right, should we do some gadgets? I am not normally a gadget person, but if it's useful, if it's a useful gadget, not a gimmick, then I'm all over it, Hannah. Like this. This isn't a gadget or a gimmick. That is useful, isn't it? So, I'm coming back over here. Where should we start? No, I've never even seen this, so I've got to do it first because it's in a huge box. Is this still covered in the P&P? That's crazy, isn't it? This is still covered under our 1 P&P, £3.95. Now, this is the deluxe sewing machine bag. So anybody who is going to workshops and classes, taking their machine on the move, then this is brilliant. Just delete it, Hannah. This is ideal to be able to take your sewing machine on the move along with you. If I spin it round, it's got really lovely big wheels. So it's got easy glide wheels here, which are heavy duty wheels for a smooth operation on any surface. So you've got these really good sturdy wheels. You've then got ultra thick padding, because you can buy, yes, little shopping trolleys like this, but they're not designed for your sewing machine. A lot of our customers, of course, have spent hundreds and hundreds, sometimes thousands of pounds on their sewing machine. So you want to make sure that it's protected in transit, don't you? If you're going on holiday to a caravan, if you're going to a holiday home, if you're going to stay with friends or family, if you're going to a workshop or to classes, a retreat maybe, a sewing street cruise. Watch this space. Ultra thick padding protects the sewing machine. So then you've also got a compact storage system. So if you're thinking, well, I don't have the storage space when my sewing machine's at home, don't worry. It also folds away when not in use. So it folds down into this really lovely, neat, compact storage system. You've then also got along here your locking base plate clamp. So there is a button here. Push the red button in to release the securing clamp, then slide the bag through. So you can actually remove it from the base, basically. You can remove the bag from the base as well. And then it's also got bag clips. So bag clips positioned on the handle to hold the machine bag when the optional accessory bag is secured. So you can add it to it or you can use it without. See, that's going to be useful for other things as well, isn't it? Your little trolley, you're going to be able to then use that for other things. You have got the height adjusting handle as well. It's really deluxe. So can we know measurements in case we want to measure our sewing machine to see if it fits? So external, so taking into consideration its storage or if you're travelling with it, with that padding. 24 by 47 by 42 centimetres. Hannah, Hannah's trying to describe all of the measurements to me, and she's basically saying good luck, Vic. So the shortest measurement is 18 by 41. You're talking centimetres, 41 centimetres. And then the drop is 35 centimetres. That's your internal space for your sewing machine. So these will fit, you know, like that looks very similar to like the 550, 560, 578, that kind of machine. I wouldn't be putting my Juki NX7 in there, it won't fit. But for some of you more portable ones, then that's gonna be ideal. Measure your 680. Maybe it will get in a squeeze. I think at a push we did get one in, but it was a squeeze. It was a squeeze. Your brother will fit. Your brother's sewing machine will fit. I was going to say, Bruce has just said, my brother's 6'3", won't fit in there. Brother's sewing machine, just the small one, obviously not the embroidery machine, the sewing machine will fit. The more portable machines, the ones that you are going to be taking to classes or workshops, or you are going to be taking on your holidays. £59, 99 pence. I know Sally Ann Harrison, she takes hers on the plane. She puts it up in the overhead locker. Check your measurements, because that could be a nice little, that could be a nice little one for on the plane, couldn't it? With that wheelie. $59.99, a quality sewing machine trolley bag. It's in black. It's the first time we've ever had these bags. Have we got one that's open? I don't really want to open this. No. Yeah, can I open it? Let's open it. I want to have a look at it, because it's the first time I've ever seen this. It has got... oh, look. I should have done a reel for this. Hannah's going to teach me how to do reels on Instagram or TikTok. Oh, you don't know how to do it on TikTok? She can teach me on Instagram. Oh, this is exciting. This is a true unboxing experience. It's all still in its cellophane. Gosh, I've got to try and put this together now. You should see me with any kind of flat pack. It's not the best to watch. So this, oh gosh, it's really spongy. So it's got the hard back, but then it's got like a really thick, almost feels like really, really super thick bosal. It's really, really thick. And then you've got this great heavy duty trolley. So that's the base. And then this lifts up. There you go. It's like a button, like there. So the button's at the top, and then that lifts out and extends. You've got these bag clips, 2 different bag clips actually. So actually, there we go. It's ready to go. I thought I was gonna have to get my Allen key out and start putting it together myself. Oh, that's good, isn't it? And it is very, very sturdy. That's like, I'm going to put some boxes on there and wheel them round. My post, if they put the post around the wrong side. So Hannah, Kieran's a flooring person, so we get Candine deliveries on the daily, and I'm like, they're too heavy for me to lift, so I'll put them on here. You were thinking I was getting a lot of fan mail, were you? No, not me. John Scott needs one of these, doesn't he? For all of his fan mail. Right, so this is the bag, which you could use without. If you want to use that for another, type of storage when it's not in transit, then you could. But then you've also got all of these liners. So let's pop. This liner is the square, and then you've got the base. I'll put the base in first, because that's got that nice solid bottom. It's going to give you your shape. It is a really big, I reckon you could get your 680 in there, Try it out, measure it at home and have a look. Bruce is saying I'm taking this on a big family picnic. You could fit loads in here, Bruce, and it's all secure if you've got bottles and things like that. That's not a bad shout. So then that is making it a lot more sturdy. You put your sewing machine in, you've got 2 handles, sorry, two zippers, and then you've also got your Velcro at the top there, give you extra stability in your handle. You've then got another carry handle here. You've got an extra, you've got the handle here, which obviously hooks onto, which I'll show you your little clips. And then you've got a storage clip at the front. So I suppose you could keep your leads, your cords, your power cords, maybe your foot in there, maybe a pattern or a project. Go on then, Kat, let's pop this in. Come on in. So, how easy is that to take on the move? So that machine is the 570, the 578. And if I bring this over to the overhead, Bruce, this might be a bit easier for you to show. You have got So much room still in there. So this is 18 centimetres along here, 18 centimetres. And then this one's 35 centimetres. And then your depth is 41 centimetres. So I've still got plenty of room, ample room here in my height. I've still got loads of room in there. I could put my foot pedal, my power cords in there and save the pocket for something else, my snacks. I could put a pattern in there. I could put some fabric in there. I could put in here a little roll, maybe your roll with all of your different, not sandwich roll. I was thinking like a roll with all of your different tools in there, your rotary cutter, your scissors, your bits and bobs that you might need. Especially if you're going, you know, for a class, you can fit lots in there if you're putting one of your smaller, more portable machines. The measurements are on the description on the website if you need to go and check. I like that it's got that carry handle here, but then also more of like a shoulder carrier. So if you are carrying it along into your workshops or you're lifting it off, you can. Now that base, I'm just seeing what this is here. Is this that little red button that she was talking about in the instructions? Sorry, I was presuming she was a lady then. So you've got here 2 different options. You can clip that very, very easily onto the back of the strap here. I love it. This is great, isn't it? Do you know somebody who's also, I'm thinking, for work, anybody who takes a laptop and, you know, quite important gear on the move on the train, then that's a really lovely padded bag to be able to have with your trolley handle. Obviously, you can have it shorter if you wish. It does pack down nice and easily to a smaller size if you are storing it away. That's great, $59.99. If just wanted to let you know, if you have already purchased something this morning, only one P&P, even though this is a larger item, still just one P&P. Thing is, you often get, like with the 578, you get hard cover. So a lot of people tend to make themselves a nice little sewing machine case. But if you are porting it around, you spend a lot of money, or if you're storing it away in cupboards, you want to make sure you are really protecting your machine and keeping it dust, lint free. It's nice and safe if it is going in your car, in and out your car. Maybe you teach a workshop or teaching a friend to sew, and you're putting things in and out your car. It does generally get a lot of wear and tear, doesn't it? I'm thinking of my music. I could put my little speaker in there, my microphones and things. That's ideal for me. I love it. Okay, we're taking the graphics out. Just to remind you that a litho iron on Early Bird is still sat there. I'm just going to check. Remember, after half an hour, it completely cuts off. But look, again, any burn marks? Nope. Nope. Early Bird special today, remember, it's the lowest ever price today. If you've got this iron, please can you message in, because I'd love to hear from you. I know lots of you have purchased this already. We had a message from Jane saying, I have this iron, it's fabulous. I couldn't believe how easy and quick it does the ironing. Even the bedding was a breeze. Amazing, said Jane. See, exactly, Jane, it's like, you know, when we have a new sewing machine that's got 1,000 new stitches, it does this, it does this, it does this. And all you really want to know is it going to sew my seams together nicely though? Is it going to skip stitches? How well is it going to do the job that it's intended to do? So it's all well and good that it's got lots of different smart features, and they will, yes, come into play and be very, very useful. But the main thing is how well does it iron though? How well is it going to press my seams? How well is it going to press my fabrics? How well is it going to iron my bedding? How quick am I going to be able to get the job done? So not only is it going to be more efficient and time saving with that lift, it's also going to be a lot more time efficient because of its heat distribution on the base. Split pay available for the first time under £50. We have never been able to drop it under 150 until today. Michelle, sorry, I've just seen your message on Facebook. What size is the sewing bag and which machines fits? It's all on the description. Hopefully we answered your question as I went through it anyway. But yes. Oh, we had a message from Sewing Reno Patchwork Quilt saying, I have the original Lisso Pro touch iron and I love it. So if you love that original, yeah, I'm sure that everybody who's getting the Pro today will be really, really happy with that. If the brand obviously is a name that you trust and know, especially as a sewer, these were developed especially for sewers. So it's got all of those great details that we need. Let's come on back over to gadgets that you will love and we love. Shall we do? I'm just going to put the bag on the floor. Shall we do some native lighting? I have the reverse lamp, and we've also got the ring light on the show today. These are both two that I own, and I love them both. I think they are absolutely brilliant for crafting, but also to just have in the home. One, this looks very smart, doesn't it? It looks like, you know, some of those products that you might have already at home that you ask, what's the weather? What's the time? Will you play this song? You know, your little Alexa devices. It looks very similar. So it fits very sort of streamlined in your home. Now, the benefit of it is, look, you can dim the touch of, I say of a button, it's a touch sensitive top there, and it's on both sides. So you've got your on and off switch. This is like quite a warm light. If you want to do the cool light, if I spin it round, difficult to see on cameras, but it just changes subtly into your cool light. And again, you can use that dimmer on the top. It also has a little handle which you can lift up, so you can hang this outside, work as like a bit of a lantern. You can hold it if you're going camping, if you're keeping this in the car. I use it as Maisie's night light. And anything that you, I said to Claire that it's really something that I'm thinking about now, is obviously with something we're all thinking about is the energy prices. Rechargeable lights are, I've got a feeling these are all going to be sold out before we know it with Claire, because everybody's thinking the same thing. If I can recharge this with the power pack, if I could plug this with a USB, because it comes with a USB cord, straight into my sewing machine, straight into my laptop when I'm working late at night and I'm not disturbing anybody else, or I'm not putting the main lights on, this is going to really, really help. Just having it at a dim light, so I have it at quite a low light for Maisie's, for in Maisie's room, and it lasts generally a couple of nights, rather than turning on the whole lights. I haven't even needed to charge it, but you can literally use it whilst it's charging as well, so you can use it plugged in. But it's handy to be able to have on the move, isn't it? If you're going up and down the stairs, if you're going out to if you, yeah, the bins, you're doing the bins, absolutely, Hannah. I was thinking more if you've got a craft room outside. Hannah's venturing down the bin route. But all our bins have changed days and different recycling things now. Yeah, I know. It used to be my routine on a Thursday, and now it's all sort of changed. So you have got the ability of having a brighter light or a low light. They do say 8 hours at its dimmest, or 4 hours of full light if you're having it at its brightest. £21.33. Anyone who's got off to university, this would be a nice gift for somebody at uni. If you struggle with gifts for gents as well, it looks really cool, doesn't it? And it is, as we said, a bit of a gadget. It's really lightweight as well. I think that's the first thing that you'll you know, when you hold this, it's really, really lightweight. Love the reverse. I'm always one of the most popular. 2-year warranty through Native Lighting as well. Go on. Yeah. The blade refill set. Yeah, found it. So a bit different that we don't always do. We always talk about rotary cutters, and we often sell our regular 45mm blades. But it's really nice to add decorative. So have you got a pair of pinking shears? If you've got pinking shears, then obviously, and you're going around curves, if you do toy making, if you do bag making, you can do a pinked edge with these. You can also change your rotary blade to a wavy edge. Oh, that would be nice. That'd be really, really nice. The wave one would look lovely on the edge of, you know, if you're cotton fabric, on the edge of your felt as a decorative finish. If you're bag making, if you're going over PU maybe, or leather, then you could have one that's solely for that. And then the skipped one, that gives you, if I spin this around, could you just show me this please, Kat? So the skipped one looks like this, which is ideal if you do your own dressmaking patterns, you're cutting out dressmaking patterns. So you've got your pinked, your skipped and your wave. All 3 blades are available, and it will work. It will work with, Hannah likes making her own tickets and cinema tickets and things like that. You know, if you're going to an event or if you're hosting some sort of event or, you know, cinema theme. Yeah, RSVP. Hannah said it the wrong way around. It is. Yeah, you didn't say that. Yeah, you said something like VSLP. You also have a little protective case which is handy to be able to keep them in, because they might not be always in your rotary cutter, but a lot of the 45mm blade ones are really easy to swap in and out. So it's worth having a little nice handy decorative edge. And you know, if you want to have a definite pinked edge, when I'm doing it with scissors, I don't know why I always do this, but you know, if you make a snip and then you move your scissors to the next snip and there's always just one dodgy pinked bit that isn't quite the same, it's nice to be able to have that one continuous pinked edge. Oh, very satisfying. Just £9.99, and be a lot quicker actually than scissors. So if you're comfortable using your rotary blade, definitely get some of those. £9.99, 45mm blade. Down to 6 of those. I think a lot of us are thinking about recharging. In fact, 4 in the company, thinking about rechargeable lights. This is brilliant. I think a lot of people are stocking up for Christmas presents as well. If you're thinking of gents in your life, if you're thinking of people who are off to university, you know, have one upstairs, have one downstairs. Obviously, they're portable as well. But if you are multi-buying on these, you'll only pay 1 P&P today, and you're paying your split pay and you're going to get them. Bearing in mind, 2, 4, 6, 3 split payments. Why have we got this whole 3 split pay? So split pay, Native Lighting, I understand, they've done all of the lights on split pay, which is amazing, because our split pay doesn't normally kick into the system until we're over £100. But 3-way split pay, Hannah, correct me if I'm wrong, but 3-way split pay, surely that isn't normally until like over £200 something. I'm not quite sure. So £20, you'll get them home and it'll be paid off by Christmas. Paid off by Christmas. Yeah, charge your power pack on the bus. Absolutely. They've USB ports on the bus, haven't they? Some buses, some trains. Hannah thinks her bus has got slower since she started to use the charging point in there. She says, I've charged my phone on the bus, and she says, I'm sure it's quite a slow charging point, but I think the bus has actually got slower. That's the logic in Hannah's head. More of you have got that in your basket than we have availability on your Native Lighting. What are you thinking? We've had some pictures come in. Message from Michelle who said, just want to say my horn sewing chair has arrived at 8 a.m. this morning. I now have it assembled and wheeling around my kitchen. Are you just scooting round? So we've got some wheelie chairs, not the horn ones because Jason's taking them away with us. We've got pictures of them though on the website. Are they underneath us? Have you listed them? Yeah, we've listed them. There's a couple of the different sewing chairs. Thank you for your message. I hope you love it. And I love that they're designed especially for us as well. So we've got, you know, your standard office chairs in the gallery. And the other day I came in and I was so very, very tired. And I literally sat on it and I scooted around everywhere. I actually think it exerted more energy than if I were to just have got up and walked. But I was like, I'm just staying on this. So I'm just imagining you now just scooting around your kitchen, Michelle. Did you say you fell asleep on the train? After our shift? Oh. Did you wake up before you got to your stop? That's my only fear, is that if ever I fall asleep, I can be really, really tired on a train and I think, can't fall asleep. I will be that person that ends up the other end of the country. Okay. Needle felting. As I said, I was with Delphine Brooks yesterday. We've got to make sure that we get all of her bits and bobs because their cat was tried to steal her for Hobby Maker the other day. Yes. I said, no, she's ours. She's ours. Our Delphine Brooks belongs to us. But she's introduced us to needle felting. We all absolutely love it. Are they individually or a bundle? So this is your felting block. So you felt into this. You get yourself a piece of felt, a felt square. We will do a show. We do them every sort of every 2 to 3 months or something. Delphine will do a show. We often do 2D felting. You can do needle felting 3-dimensional, but 3-dimensional images, you would need like a base like this. And it just means that when you're punching, you're not damaging your surface. It's what you're punching onto. So you have a really nice thick foam block basically. And how often do we put items on here that are less than £2? We don't do it because their time's very, very expensive, as you can imagine. So these are normally items that are on our website, but it's nice on shows like this to show you exactly what they look like. So the 3 needle and the 7 tool, this is the one that Delphine would always recommend to start with. So I think I can open this up and put it away without anybody knowing. So the idea is, you can see here, you have got lots and lots of needles. You can lock it and unlock it. Let me try and unlock it for you. There you go. So you unlock it, spin it round. And these are obviously all very, 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 very sharp. But when you're using this, or if I just locked it, when you're using this, it will press down and expose all of these sharp blades, needles, which you can replace individually as well. And if any of them break, you can use needle felting needles up to sort of 1 needle in fact, but this is for your main backgrounds. If you want to get more of your wool onto your picture quicker, then this is the one to use. It starts to blend, you can blend your colours, it will start sort of matting it all together a lot easier. And it's a nice sturdy tool to hold. Some of the smaller needles are just individual ones, whereas this is nice, feels a little bit safer because it's got that cover. It's got that base which locks into place as well. So if you are starting needle felting, then these are your sort of basic tools. That's your 7 needle, and then we also have 3. So this is for the more fine detail work. This is one of those that maybe you're starting out, you're going to a class or a workshop. These are your basics that you'll need. More of your detail work. You've got 3 long needles. I know Delphine will always say, always do it in a vertical way. Don't bend your needles. So even if you are doing it at an angle, make sure that it's going in and out at the same angle. You're not bending them in, basically. Just £5.99 for your 3 needle felting tool. Now this isn't a Delphine one, this is the Crafty Company, and it's so lovely. If you are thinking of doing gifts for Christmas, maybe just those essential tools, getting somebody into needle felting, we have this beautiful kit. Look, with a rainbow. Oh, I love it. Hang on. This should be $13.99. I have no idea why that's come up as $7.49, but make the most of it because we're not going to question it. On our sheet, that's $13.99. If you buy this elsewhere, it'll probably be $13.99. For some reason, they've dropped this to $7.54. That's so weird. That is definitely a fault. You've got all of this wool. Look at all these different colours. So you're thinking, how on earth can these balls of wool, and they're really lovely soft wool, turn into this? Basically, what you get in your kit, if you've got yourself your little foam block, brilliant, because you get your felt for your background. This is a lovely gift for somebody, a nice little hobby to have a go at, dip your toe in. If you've not purchased one of Delphine's kits before, just get yourself one of these, have a go, see how you get on. It's got all of your instructions in there as well. And then in this little sweetie thing, I'm just wondering whether you've got any of your tools. Yeah, you do. Look, you've got a little foam block. You've also got these needles here, which, see what I mean? They're singular. Just use them with care. If you do want to add in that 7 punch as well, that might be a really good idea. If you're not as confident, get yourself one of those. And then you've also got your thread, which I'm presuming is to stitch your, oh, it's for the tassely bit. Where's the tassely bits? I think it's to secure the hoop. Just do a nice big running stitch, and you get a needle in there, a hand sewing needle. So you've got everything you need in there. Always been £13.99. Yeah, look, always been £13.99, and a nice simple one to start with, where you're not having to mix and blend colours. And how beautiful to have that as a bit of wall art. I was talking to Jenny Jackson about textiles on walls. This would be really nice to have as a bit of a textile on your wall, or a gift for somebody. That would be a beautiful gift for somebody. You could add a name or a date, couldn't you, under here? You could do a bit of embroidery under here and do a little saying. Add details to it. Hannah's trying to name quotes to me. I don't think that's a really famous rainbow quote. No, I don't know that one, but it's lovely. There's all of these lovely rainbow colours as well included for £7.54. That's what I find amazing. It's not only you getting your instructions, your hoop, your felt, your foam block, your needles. Wow. Okay, I've just noticed the time. What we can do is we can bring some of these bits and bobs back in our 10 o'clock show, as we're on around at 10 o'clock, and we've got some... We've got a lot of people I know who are waiting for Janet Clare's launch of the quilt that's behind me. It is amazing. It's limited edition. It's the first look at the brand new Janet Clare fabric as well. We've got the pre-cuts and we've got the quilt kit, which is just extraordinary, isn't it? I'm so excited to talk to Janet about it because it's beautiful. Lots of great techniques to learn as well. So have a look through the web, check out on your Alysso Iron. Don't go anywhere though, because I'm going to be joined by the designer of the fabric and of the quilt, Janet Clare, live on air in just a couple of minutes. I'll see you after this.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Oh, I'm very excited about this quilt, honestly. We have had some beautiful shows with Janet Clare recently, but this is, I think this is probably the biggest show that we've done. The quilt that you saw behind me in that first hour is spectacular. You're going to learn so many amazing techniques. You've got the most stunning fabric to indulge over. The kit is limited edition, by the way. Those of you that actually saw it in person at Festival of Quilts, this is your chance to get the quilt kit with all the fabrics, with the book. I'm going to go through this quite quickly because then I really want to get over to Janet, who designed the fabric and really indulged in everything and have a good look at everything, because there are so many of you who have already checked out. I want to show you what you've bought, but also everybody who's got it in their basket, I want you to be able to get it so then you can sit back and relax and enjoy the show with Janet. Because I'm really excited about talking to Janet about the designing element of, all of this fabric. You get loads. It all comes in a beautiful bag as well. It comes in your Janet Clare bag, but this is the first look at her latest collection. It's absolutely stunning, and you're getting so much fabric in here. This is like a masterclass, a full quilt workshop, really, isn't it? Because you're going to learn so many different techniques. The fabrics is beautiful. Everything that you need for the front of that massive quilt that was behind me in the first hour, which so many of you are messaging in about. We also have it on split pay. Not just 1 or 2 split payments either, 3 split payments. 3 split payments. If you do want to make the most of it, you've got all of your fabric. You're also getting in here your Visaline interfacing, Bonder web included, and you get the little bag, yes. You also get, I'm going to talk to Janet about this. We get this, and then normally I'll say, you have your instructions, you have, you know, your step-by-step guide, you get some templates. This is a brand new book. You will also receive your brand new book. Oh, you are going to treasure this book beyond making the quilt. You're going to be able to use this book time and time again. You're going to use this as your handbook and your guide to be able to go on potentially your first quilting journey, learning everything that you need to know about your, well, it is a sampler quilt, but I think it's got so much more than just a sampler quilt, because we're going to learn lots of different techniques. We're going to learn about patchwork, we're going to learn about applique, we're going to learn about embroidery, we're going to be doing and tackling foundation paper piecing. There are so many elements to this quilt, and I just love how calming the colour palette is. A lot of the time when we have a big quilt like this, it's potentially going to be to certain people's taste of different colours, bold colours, whereas this, oh my word, is going to go with everybody's decor, is going to look beautiful in everybody's home. It's very, very personal. If you want to do potentially, I'm thinking memory quilts. If you want to use some of these elements for memory quilts, for seagulls, boats, compasses, use them as you wish. So if you are getting the quilt kit, this comes included. Incorporate some family photos in there. You could do a block with a family photo in there. You can use this book with all of your templates in there as well, time and time and time again. And Janet said when she designed this, I mean, she couldn't just put this with a few instructions. This had to be, you know, a book to guide you through. You've got fantastic instructions in there, all for £180, £60 on split pay as well. And the quilt, I mean, just have a look. It's absolutely huge. It really, really is. There are so many elements to it, which we're going to go through step by step with Janet as well. Striking sampler quilt, celebrating all things nautical, featuring 25 beautiful blocks and 2 quilt settings. So this is all included in your kit. Now, very quickly as well, the fabrics aren't available by the half metre today. So if you love these fabrics, grab them whilst you can. We know with Janet Clare's projects from previous shows that Moda very rarely sort of reprint collections. So what we get is kind of what we get. Even Janet, I've asked her, you know, personally before, can we come to you and get them separately? No, even Janet can't get them. So grab what you can whilst you can. If you want these bigger cuts, we haven't got them individually by the half metre.
There's more fabric. I've got them all laid out in front of me because you've got and they're all neatly folded and tucked inside each other. So this is actually all the different fabrics that are in the kit.
I don't want to mess this up. I don't want to
didn't want to mess
this.
it up. So there you go. You've got even more, and there's plenty there. So you've got all the fabrics that you need, all the instructions, and it really is, as you said, you know, it had to be a book. Yeah. And it had to be a book because there is so much information that we wanted to give you so that you could actually feel comfortable working your way through that sampler quilt and you could do it all.
Amazing. I mean, I just wanted to very, very quickly go through everything you've got in your kit. I'm going to come over to Janet in a second and we can really sort of go through everything as we were seeing there. Just so you know, stock-wise, what did you say, sorry, over half the kit gone, and a lot of you have got it in your basket. So please do make sure you check it out as soon as you can. You get your book included. If you do want the book individually, that's also absolutely fine. It is a brand new book today. We're going to go through all this with Janet, don't worry, but I just want to get the graphics live so you can start checking out. Maybe you're not a quilter, maybe you're a bag maker, maybe you want to use some of these bags on a messenger bag. Maybe you want to do some lovely nautical cushions for, for your home, for a holiday home, for loved ones. It's absolutely beautiful. Beach hearts, the compass, Morse code in here as well. Whales. You've got such beautiful, beautiful blocks. And again, different fabrics, it's gonna look great. So those of you who do get the book individually, have a dive through your stash and see what you can find. As you say, maybe you do home furnishings, maybe you do bag making. We wanted to give you the opportunity of getting the book on its own. It's just $19.99. It's a 78-page pattern book. All of your applique templates are included. Anything that you need to know is in there and making the quilt. You've also got your foundation paper piecing templates as well included, all to size, for just £19.99. Right, so that's your kit and your book. We're also today launching for the first time ever the To the Sea pre-cut. As I said, we don't have individually by the half metre, but we do have the pre-cuts. So we're going to look through, I'm not going to open them here because we're going to look through them all with Janet in a second. But just so you know, codes and availability, etc., the 10-inch charm squares are available. We will open these up in a bit. Well done, everybody's already got theirs. If you love Janet Clare, if you're collecting your Janet Clare collections, if you love your Moda fabrics, £47.99, 42-piece 10-inch charm squares. We will talk about these and have a look through the collection in just a moment with Janet. We also have jelly rolls and we have the 5-inch charm squares as well. I think a lot of people are getting everything. A lot of people are multi-buying on things as well. The jelly roll, To the Sea jelly roll, so your 2.5-inch strips. You get 40 of these. I'm not even opening this one. Or maybe I will in a bit. Maybe we will. We're going to open it up with Janet. We're going to open it with Janet. But just so you can see how you've got the beautiful blues. It's just a Janet palette, isn't it? The Janet palette.
The Janet palette. There you go.
Into those lovely sand tones, the blues. It's beautiful. All of your 2.5-inch strips, £47.99. Quality of Moda, quality of Janet Clare. What more could we ask for? In a jelly roll, £47.99. Okay, I've got a bit of a fear that I'm not even going to get the chance to open these up because charm packs, as we know, they come in and they disappear. We have no other charm squares. No other charm squares, I don't think, in the company. These are it's such a great way, it's such an affordable way to really indulge in the colour palettes, to experience the whole collection, to see all of these fabrics, to see Janet's designs. I love that you could do a beautiful cathedral window maybe with some of these patterns, couldn't you? You could fussy cut some of these. You've got beautiful, beautiful colours in there. £14.99 for 42 charm squares, 5-inch squares. Just patchwork them together, just literally stitch them all together. Mix in some recycled denim, bits of calico, different bits that you've got in your stash. Make yourself some memory quilts with these. Collector in Merseyside said, got the book. And my favourite pre-cut, which is the 5-inch charm square, Janet's fabrics and design, she is fab, love them. That's from Collector in Merseyside. I think, 5-inch charm square is a really good way of experiencing that collection. You get the whole collection in such an affordable way. Maybe you've never bought Moda before. Maybe you've never bought quilting fabrics before. Maybe you've never bought Janet Clare's fabrics before. This is a really good way of trying it out. The only thing I would say is be quick. Sounds like a lot, but there are less than 80. We started with nearly 200. There are less than 80. $14.99 for 42 charm squares. Absolutely make the most of it whilst you can. Right. I was going to say, let's go over to the author, but I suppose you are really the author
I
of
am
the
the
book.
author. Yes, and the publisher, because we self-publish. So,
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, Janet, this I've got to say, I
Thank
think
you.
is potentially my favourite quilt we've ever had on Sewing Street.
Thank you very much. I genuinely just designed it because Pippa made it for me. So it's just stunning. I can say that because I didn't make it. But it's really lovely. I wanted to design a real skill building sampler quilt. And you know what sampler quilts look like.
Yeah.
They're not everyone's taste, but they're a really useful way of learning lots of techniques without buying yards and yards of fabric kits,
Yeah.
So in here you've got lots of ordinary simple piecing. So you've got squares and rectangles, you've got half square triangles, quick fusible applique, some fussier applique, same technique but slightly harder because it's more intricate. And you have the way you build up some classic blocks. You have got curved piecing and some foundation piecing and some embroidery as well. So there's a lot to get into.
Well, this is like a whole sort of workshop course, really, isn't
Well,
it?
when we thought, because it was going to be a pattern, one quilt, one pattern,
Yeah.
and the amount of content, and we thought, well, we can't leave that bit out, and you can't leave that bit out. So we started to think in terms of a book. And so we tried to make the book as inspiring and useful as possible. So the quilt is actually, there's 25 blocks in the quilt, and mine only uses 24 of them. This one only uses 24. And this one is the least traditional setting, because I wanted it to have those nautical stripes, but there is a traditional setting and an extra block so you can lay it all out.
Oh, fantastic. So
In
there's
the book.
options as well.
There's
You see
options.
in the book here, for example, I've just picked out the Mariner's Compass here, and you can see your step-by-step instructions. It's got diagrams, it's got photographs, it's got really lovely text. You've added some personal bits.
There's little drawings,
yeah.
there's sayings in there. I just love a book. I do love books, genuinely love books, but I don't always want to be doing anything from them. Sometimes I just want to look at them, so I always try and add bits. If you just want to sit and look at a book and immerse yourself, gives you a few minutes of peace.
Yeah,
even if you're
facts
not
as well.
sewing. Yeah, there's all sorts in there.
Brilliant. I mean, it is a beautiful
It
book.
was a labour of love, I tell you that much.
as part of the kit. And I suppose, like you said, actually, this process, we're going to go through your process from in here to on here and on the show. It's a long process,
It's
isn't it?
about 18 months, yes. And we do a couple of collections a year, so everything sort of starts overlapping and it takes a long time, but I mean, what a job. I absolutely adore it.
Exactly.
Adore it.
It says in the graphics here, limited edition. Now, I know that we've spoken before about Moda and how they print and how you design. So what does limited edition mean?
Limited edition means that the fabric is made, it's been made for about a year, and they're not going back and making more.
Okay.
Genuinely not going back and making more. Mine are screen printed in Japan, and the screens will be recycled and be making somebody else's fabric. So they don't go back and make them again.
Right. So what we have, I mean, even you can't get more.
Even I can't get more. What I do try to do is I have revisited the seaside theme a few times. So if you think, well, looking at my stash, I've got the fabrics, these will all slot into them. I do try and keep the colour palette consistent, and I try to keep a variety of scales in each collection. So you will definitely be able to add in and personalise. You can make the quilt bigger. You can leave out blocks that you don't like or you're not ready to tackle. Just really, really make it your own.
Absolutely. Any questions that you have, get them in.
Yes.
So pleased we've managed to get them on split pay as well. 3 split payments, £60 each. Can we have a look through the fabrics? Because like you said, I had them all here.
You had them all
folded
nice
up.
and neat. You wouldn't open them up. There you go. So this is all the fabric that's in there. So when you get yours will come folded. So don't forget, don't think I haven't got it. It's all to do with how we cut and how we've made the kits easy to assemble at work. But here you go. You've got all of them that I've used. And they're just such consistently beautiful cloth and quality. And I'll show you my original drawing so you can see how close that they are, but you've got yards and yards. We always do the math, so you've got at least 10% more than you need, and as I say, you can supplement bits in and whatever, really just personalize it. So just take the pattern. You can either take it and do it exactly.
Well, does the book tell you what fabrics to use where?
It tells you exactly what to use where. Just keep all your bits. But if you want to go off and do your own thing, add some red. You know, you could add little pops of red or whatever. Just feel free to do that, because I think it's lovely to feel confident enough to go off and personalise something.
Well, I think this would be a beautiful memory quilt, wouldn't it?
Oh, it really could, and you could embroider more on here. I mean, this little patch here is just rife for embroidering a date when you're at the seaside or a holiday, or
little photographs.
Little photographs. You could definitely do that.
Look at the bottom row, actually, because I don't think you've seen them, have you, at the bottom here? What finished size? What is the finished size of the quilt, Janet? Do you know?
Yes, well, there's two sizes. So this one, it tells you in the front. So this one is 64.5 by 72, and the second one with the traditional piece setting is 60 by 60. Right. But of course, you can do much more. So this is my signature block, and these flags are all they mean north, south, east and west, I think, from memory. And this is when I made it in 2020, when Pippa made it, and Spoondrift. So I think it's really important that you actually...
Why Spoondrift, sorry?
Spoondrift is the fine spray that comes off the top of waves. And you've got to have a name for everything. So I'm always looking out for interesting words and memorable words and things that are just a bit of romance. You know, you just go like, oh, it's the wet bit off the top of the waves. You know, no, it's Spoondrift.
Love that.
So it's just nice to have a name for things. So that's always put yourself in the quilt. You've got an alphabet. You don't have to use Spoondrift. You can call it whatever you want. Put your name there, or the name the person you're giving it to.
Is this the curved piecing?
Curved piecing.
Wow.
I've got a demo for that. We will get to that. Lots of people are worried about curved piecing, and this was the first thing I designed for curved piecing. You can really play with it, and actually it's not that daunting.
Okay.
It's not that daunting. I haven't done much, but I've done enough to tell you it is not that daunting.
See, that'd look nice, just a wall hanging, wouldn't it?
Yes, you could just do that. And this
I
whole
love
panel, that could be a panel. So I did. Both dropped it at the same time then, didn't we?
Us two, yeah, holding quilt together is interesting. They're saying in the gallery.
There's 2 blocks here.
That's it. That could be a lovely wall hanging.
Yeah, you could make that as a wall hanging, or you can make cushions, tablecloths, whatever you want, really. I mean, that is the beauty of patchwork, isn't it? You can really go to town. Lots of little shoal of fish. And I think that's an ocean waves block. Some blocks are traditional to the seaside. And a bit of Morse code here.
This is one that I found really interesting, actually.
A bit of Morse code. So you have to put Morse code in it. So this is my secret message, but you've got the whole alphabet.
Is it secret? Can you tell us what
Well, you could work it out because the alphabet's in there. It says courage, dear heart, I think. I think that's what we put in it. But it tells you how to use the whole alphabet is there. It tells you how many spaces to put between letters and how many spaces to put between words. So you can actually structure your own Morse code. Yeah, it's cross stitch. And we've got a special canvasy thread thing that you need for, that was a technical term.
Canvasy thread
The canvasy thread thing is in the kit as well. It's a soluble, no it's not, it's partly...
Is that this?
Yes, waste canvas. It partly dissolves so that you can stitch through it, and you can do cross stitch without counting threads.
Oh,
which is a game changer. It's a game changer, and it's also ruled like exercise books at school.
It is,
so you can keep straight. You don't have to count.
Fantastic. And that comes as part of the kit?
That comes as part of the kit, and you've got the whole Morse code alphabet.
You've also included...
yeah, you've got the interfacing which you need for all the foundation pieces, and you have the bonder web that you need. Full templates and instructions are in the book, and you've got plenty of fabric and and the bag to keep it all in nice and tidy. I mean, it's such a joy. And this was such a lovely process for me because I got to design, which is the bit that I adore, but then I was able to hand over the piecing. So we have Pippa's expertise, my knowledge, and Tony helps us with put all the graphics together and making everything really logical because that's his brain. And I think we've really given you something amazing, like a real skill building heirloom quilt.
Oh, absolutely. This is one that I imagine to be passed down through the generations of family. I mean, it is spectacular, isn't it? And everybody at home agrees, by the way. We've got, I think, about 18 to be exact left.
Wow.
We started with, a good number of these. It's potentially like one of the biggest projects that we've had from Janet Clare, the most amount of kits we've put together. Now, please be aware. Off air, we were talking this morning about how if things are in your basket, they're not yours until you check out. We're saying, if you're at a supermarket, would you dare nick something out of somebody's basket before they checked out? That's how it works here, unfortunately. So if it is in your basket, please be aware there are more of you who have got it in your basket than we have availability. So somebody can leapfrog you and come and take it out of your basket at any moment. Don't wait till the end of the hour. We are going to be talking all morning.
Eat dog out there.
I know, it is. Well, for this quilt, there's now 13 chances.
Wow, thank you very much. I mean, it's such a privilege to be able to do that and to design everything from, as you say, the idea to the fabric, to the quilt, to being on television, being able to talk about it. I mean, it's just pinch you, isn't it? You just have to pinch yourself. So what do you want to hear? What do you want to know?
I want to start at the beginning. I'd love to start at the beginning.
We'll start at the beginning.
And also, the book, by the way, Hannah just wants to mention, for anybody who can't get the quilt kit today, the book is available. So the book is another option as well. So again, all of these blocks.
Yes, and we will have plenty of books at home. The fabric is one thing, but we can keep books around. So don't worry, you will be able to get yourself a book. All is not lost. Lots and lots of techniques in there, lots of tips, and we spent a whole day doing these little flat lays for the photography. It was really good fun. Yeah.
Amazing. Just to let you know that the book is available. It's £19.99. We'll come back to that in a bit. So where does it all start?
Where does it all start is my great love for the seaside, and it's a thing that I keep coming back to. So every few years, Moda will say, I think it's time to look at the seaside again. And I go, okay. And they always say, because I've done it before.
How long have you worked with Moda?
About 12 years.
Oh, brilliant.
And I do 2 collections a year. So you always say, well, what am I going to do? What can I do? Because the fabric has to feel like it's mine. And the trick is, I was told that it has to be exactly the same but completely different.
Which is a very difficult challenge, actually, isn't it?
It is, but it makes sense, because if you love a certain type of television programme, like we're here, for example, every hour is different, but you know what you're going to get when you turn it on. And that's what you've got to get to, and that's building the brand and building a name and being recognisable. So you have to be a complete fusspot, and you have to stick. If I don't like it, it doesn't happen, and that is very... I have to tell myself that constantly, because everyone's doing such lovely things and you can get really distracted, but you have to do your work to make that looks like you. So I always start with sketchbooks, and I've been doing this sketchbook since the 2nd of July 2018.
Wow.
And I just play. I literally just play.
And so you have a sketchbook that's dedicated to each collection.
This is the second seaside one. The first seaside one, I think you already saw, so I left that one at home. But I literally just play and try to build a colour palette and try and see what happens.
So were you originally from an art background then, Janet?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a creative house. My dad does painting, my mum's a quilter, so very creative household, and I've always sort of drawn and liked sewing. And then I went to art school and studied textiles, but I was actually a knit designer when I left, and I worked for an agent, and it was all fashion deadlines and colour predictions, and I was quilting as a hobby. And then had children, and knitting was work and sewing was fun, so I did more sewing, and now I've flipped it. So I knit in the evenings and sew. I mean, my job, I work so hard, so hard. But you can see, this got edited out. I did a little fabric with swimmers,
cute.
and they actually worked it up to sample fabric, but we took it out in the end.
Why do things get edited out? How does that process
You've just
sort of work?
got to make the collection sort of fit together, and you've got to have different scales of print, and you've got to have some that are directional, some are non-directional, and there's usually only 7 designs in a collection, so sometimes you've got to think, well, that's feeling like it's an 8th rather than an essential part, so it just gets left out. But I may do it again. So you can see, I just play. This is the Morse code, me working out the Morse code.
So this was back in 2019.
It's 2019.
I like that you date all this.
I do date everything with a date stamp because for copyright reasons, actually. So anyone who's got children or yourself who is thinking about, you know, graphics and protecting, it's not because I'm not going to chase anyone.
Yeah.
But if somebody bigger comes to me and says, actually, we've got that Hope Anchors the Soul in line, when did you make it? And I go, I drew it on the 14th of May 2019. They've got to prove that they drew it before me.
Right.
So that's me just protecting myself. So like I was playing with the curves.
It looks nice with the aesthetic of the book, I just thought, to be honest, Janet.
Yeah, I know. I love with my little date stamps. But no, that was something that we were taught at art school, that you just protect yourself like that, really. And it's a really simple way of doing things.
And then different quotes, things like that as well.
I write as much as I draw in my sketchbook, and I think that's because I've got such a visual brain. Like Tony will say, I will hand him something like this and he will draw it up on the computer, but I know what that looks like because I'll have imagined that I want a beige bit, or I will imagine how the colours flow together.
Yeah.
So now I don't have to get my sketchbooks graded. I don't actually do any more than I need them to be.
I love the graded as in marked.
Yes, yeah. I'm not getting a mark on my sketchbook now. They're not for another audience, so I don't have to. I
was looking at the seagulls.
The
Just
seagulls,
seeing the difference of it
they
here
are,
onto cloth then, when you see it on the fabric.
Yeah.
Look, you can see that is your drawing.
That is my drawing. So I decided they were quite large scale. So this is the actual, that's how it goes. That's the whole process there. And I said, can we keep the tonal changes in the gulls, please? Because I wanted them to come in and out of that solidity. I wanted it to look like the ink, and they've definitely done it.
What have you drawn these with?
This is indigo ink and a paintbrush.
Wow, I mean, it's just extraordinary, isn't it? How they then transfer. It's not like, it's all of a sudden then computerised. And
No, they don't. And they will have taken a lot of time and effort to make sure it looks right.
Yeah, it's essence of Janet, isn't it, as you go through? And like you said, the different scales of print, why is that important to have?
So that when you're building up a quilt, particularly something like the sampler quilt, if it was all big and bold, your eye can't really focus, it can't really rest between places, and you need that chance of scale for it to come in and out. And also I think the smaller prints are my favourite because you can really, if you're lying under the quilt, you've still got something to see and to discover in it. It's not all just big and bold. I mean, there's a place for everything, but I really, as you're trying to build a collection, you're trying to think, I need something that reads like a little dot, something that's a stripe, something backgroundy, a big print, smaller prints, and blend them all together.
A good way of actually getting the whole collection is in the pre-cuts.
Oh yeah,
isn't
absolutely.
I'll always remember speaking to Stuart Hillard about some of the most versatile pre-cuts, and he always said, get yourself a 10-inch charm pack because you don't lose any of those larger prints.
You don't lose any of the prints at all, and they're all there.
There's the seagulls.
There's the seagulls.
Yeah,
so the yardage
boats.
is the same in the layer cake and the jelly roll. I only found that out the other day.
Oh,
but
okay.
the jelly roll, you're limited. They're 2 inches finished. That's as big as you can get. Whereas with the layer cake, you've got a lot more manoeuvrability. I mean, you can just leave them that size and make a really big, bold quilt, or start cutting them up, make half square triangles.
How are these dyed? Because you still, are they yarn dyed? Because you still also get the back of them almost a little bit.
Yes, so they will be actually printed. So this will start as a white cloth and then it's all printed, and they will have like 17 screens on them.
Wow, I mean,
just to build it up. I haven't in this quilt, but I often use the back of the print as well, because it gives it that more muted effect.
Yeah.
And it just, if you want to make something look vintage, then you're immediately there. You use the front for some bits and the reverse of the print for the others, and you've already got a vintage look.
And you've got every single print. I believe you get 2 of each.
Yeah, I think you've got 2 of each for that one. Yes.
It's absolutely beautiful. The fish, I mean, look, you get
and they're all laser cut, so they're absolutely precise. And you get the whole collection as I designed it. So that is Morse code alphabet.
Right. So when you look at that, it wouldn't necessarily scream Morse code to you.
I like that. I do lots of research, and I like doing all the details and the reading, and it just adds layers of interest to me. But I brought something that you won't have seen. So with this is the shells that I did.
Okay.
And again, I designed these in 2018, and I did a little monoprint, and then I started building up an idea of how I wanted it to repeat. And then Moda will accept the drawings, and then they will do some colour tests, and these are called strike-offs, and they will send me the strike-offs. And I get a huge box of these strike-offs. See if the camera can see them. There you go. And for every single pattern design, they will give me as many colour palettes, colourways and combinations as I've sort of noted down on my little sheets. See
so
here?
You get that final choice of what colour.
It's a conversation. I get my say. And then the Moda, who have obviously got much more experience and see all the data coming in and everything, they will have the final say, but I get the first say as to what I would like. So all of these I could have included, but I thought that was a bit, that's got a bit sort of too murky.
But it's really difficult to actually have that elimination process in your mind, because these are all your babies.
These are the babies. And what we did is we strengthened the line. Can you see they strengthened the line, because this was all getting quite soft and gentle. But any of these could have worked.
Absolutely. Any
of them at all. So I get a big box of this comes through, and it has to be done sort of like that day. It arrives, and I have to drop everything and do it that day. And I will have about 80 of these from the all of the drawings that I've done, and I have to get it down to about 28 or 30.
Oh my word.
And you have to do it on pure instinct. You have to go yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, no. And then you have to go back and review. So there you go. I brought those especially because you won't see those anywhere else.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see the sort of elimination process. I think everybody, we just presume that you say, yeah, I'd like this, and then somebody goes off and does it, and
goes and does it.
Produced, and your name's just put to it. But actually, no, you have so much input.
We have a big hand in it at all. Yeah, we really do. And also, they send me these strike-offs back for my pattern, my archive, which it's just laughable, really. But you know, this is unique in the world. This is it.
Yeah. I mean, will you just keep that?
I've got so many of them, because you kind of feel like you should keep them. I could make them into a quilt. But I'm always busy making other quilts. But that's the strike-off. So you get sketchbook, drawings. Moda say whether they like the drawings or not. We edit things out, like with the swimmers. Then we go on to colour palette and combinations with the strike-offs. We'll sign those off, and then the fabric will be made. The screens are made in Japan, and the fabric's printed, and that is it.
I love the fact that even these stripes, they're not just stripes actually. They're almost like rope.
They're little ropes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's all from my drawing, and the detail they get is just astonishing, really. You can see why we straightened that. I'm pleased we did that. We defined the shells a bit more. Yeah. It was the right decision. So you can make all those little final decisions. And if you think Moda, I only do this twice a year, but Moda do this like 100 odd times a year.
Very good at what they do.
And the attention to detail for every collection.
And they haven't missed a brush stroke.
They haven't missed a brush stroke. There they are.
So clear. I love this one. The fish. Where's that on the quilt?
The fish is. Oh, where's the fish? Maybe I didn't use it. I don't think I used it.
So this is what you're getting in the charm pack, by the way. You're getting, lots of fabrics that you see, but then you're getting a whole collection.
It's here. We've substituted some of the fabrics because this quilt was made before the fabrics were arrived. It's in there, and it tells you exactly where you're going to use it. I forgot to say that.
Gorgeous. The quilt kit, by the way, we have an announcement. Hannah, 2 left.
2?
There are 2 left.
Thank you, everyone. I hope no one's going to be too disappointed.
Well, there's 33 in baskets.
Oh, sorry.
33 people in baskets.
Sorry.
yeah, I don't know whether this is going to be very easy for us to be able to put together again.
We'll have to see what we've got because there's so many little elements
we can't
to it.
today. No, we can't
Not
today.
Not today.
And if it is, like you said, you might have to supplement it or it won't be exactly the same. I'd grab the last two whilst you can. This is it. Final two. You can get more with the book, don't worry. If you want to make that quilt, that limited edition Spoondrift quilt. I love that it's even called Spoondrift quilt. Brilliant. £180. This is your opportunity. Okay, I'm probably going to call it that it's sold out. There's one, but there's loads of you there.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you. How exciting.
I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. What we're going to do is we're just going to shimmy this to the side.
What we're looking at.
To have a look at the 10-inch charm pack, please.
Let's have a look at the 10-inch charm pack. We've made so much mess here.
Just to clarify as well, I mean, this is going to be, it's got the same yardage as the design roll. So,
as the jelly roll, yeah. I only learnt that the other day, and I don't know why it didn't occur to me to find out before, but it's the same yardage.
They're obviously, they look quite different in other cuts, so we'll have a look at the 2-inch, but this is the biggest.
You've got the jelly,
sizes.
if you did that, you could keep the squares and then just do jelly roll borders all the way around, and that there's loads you can do. I mean, they are very clever, and these are they're named after cakes in America. So a layer cake's like a Victoria sponge or something. It's literally got layers.
Was it because
and the jelly roll
was originally their first office, I heard, was something like in a bakery, an old bakery or something like that?
Probably, yeah, because they do a bake shop, don't they? I know they're a lovely, lovely company. But yeah, always beautiful quality, and the colours are the consistent all the way through. And
well, like you said, this isn't your first nautical collection, so anybody who gets the book and maybe gets the 10-inch charm square today, you may be able to add some from your stash or from older collections. Like you said, you can even make it bigger if you want to.
You can make it bigger. There's a square layout. You can leave blocks out that you don't like, or make 2 or 3 of ones that you've loved.
Have you repeated any of them?
No, they're not repeated.
They're all different.
They're all different.
So if you really enjoy making a block, make a couple of them.
Just make a couple, yeah, just go for it. And I've got the really traditional, not traditional really, is it? That nautical stripe. I wanted to make it something quite striking. And it's a sensible size. It will go on, on a bed. It's not going to drape and cover pillows and things, but it's a nice size to make. You can hang it on the wall, over your stairs, and it's also, take it with you. Let it go on some adventures.
Yeah, absolutely.
None of my quilts have any adventures. They just come. They come in the car and out the car, and that's it. And they get shown places, but they don't have real life in them.
Oh, like you said.
And the quilts are supposed to be, just really use them and love them and use them up.
Now, if you do want to make the quilt with your own stash or with your 10-inch charm squares and fabrics from your own collection, get yourself the book. Now, normally we'd say, the instructions available on their own. I can't call this instructions. Everything you have here is, just so beautifully presented. It's a book that you're going to be able to pick up and put down and come back to years later. Now, can I just ask a question about the templates? Are they to scale?
Yes.
That's amazing. I'm not going to need to worry about.
No, you've got all of that. The foundation piecing, I've got a demo for you in my next hour at 11. I'll show you how you trace those off, but you can photocopy them. All of the applique templates are full size, broken into parts, and already reversed for you.
Yeah.
So you can see why the Spoondrift is written backwards. And
Drunkard's Path template.
Yes, got everything is in there, and it shows you with the pattern templates. It shows you the block that they relate to. There's a little icon with the block on, so you know where you're going.
All of your templates included there, even your quilt assembly.
That's the second layout. Yeah, that's the second layout.
So if you do want to do it more as a traditional, then you can. You've got your second layout. Whereas this, could you do this? Correct me if I'm wrong, as quilt as you go, or not?
You could. I haven't written the instructions for it, but you totally could.
Or you'll have to add in between these.
You'll have to do the quilt as you go. I usually use a bigger seam allowance because you make the front and the back bigger,
right?
And then the wadding is the exact size in terms of traditional piecing, you make the wadding and the backing bigger.
Right.
So I haven't written the instructions for it.
But if you're familiar
but
at
you
home,
absolutely could. And actually, that if you are learning or you think, oh, I just can't take on that huge thing, that's not a bad way to go if you understand that you've got to construct it slightly differently. Yeah, but I didn't go quilt as you go in the book.
You have also got, look, all your cutting lists, everything there.
Yeah, so that's all the new fabric is there, and it's all numbered and it tells you exactly what you've got to do.
Lovely, beautiful. Completing the quilt's all there. Your techniques, so you've got a good section on your fusible applique, free motion, and lots of free motion tips as you go up, even setting up your machine for free motion. And I love how you're sort of, it's like you're talking to us through.
We do try to do that. So obviously Tony is very aware of how I work. Pippa, we will spend a long time on the phone with Pippa and she'll say, well, I think this is the best construction, and we'll chat through about what we think is the best way to go. And she takes photos as she's going along.
So who's Pippa then?
Pippa is my friend, and she does lots and lots of quilting for us, lots of technical editing.
Right.
And she's been an absolute godsend actually, because she's so skilled. And she really cares, she really, really wants to get it right. So lots of tips and techniques in there. And I've got videos and things on YouTube if you need any more. We really do try just to, like, where do I start and how do I go about this? And we're here showing you, hopefully. And some blocks are easier than others, so you'll be able to tell that, if you're beginning, I mean, maybe don't make a mariner's compass as your first block, but build up to that. There's no trouble why you couldn't do that at all. And you're also making one. Yeah. And it stays done forever, which I find really, really lovely. It's literally going to be done forever and we'll enjoy forever. You can put the fabrics in, you can put quilts in the washing machine. There's no reason why you don't use them up, take them on adventures.
Oh, absolutely. And you'll be able to pick this book up again in years to come. It's one that you're definitely going to love for more. We're going to do some demos later on of some of these blocks in Janet's next hour in her 11 o'clock show. So any questions you've got get them in. If you do want to use this fabric, but maybe you want to use it for something different. If you love the inspiration, you love you've got some ideas. I'm opening this up.
Oh, you're opening jelly roll.
Let's do it. Because this is very different actually. How do you generally use design rolls or jelly rolls?
Jelly roll, I actually have done quite a few log cabins, but what I do is I take the jelly roll strip, which is 2.5 inches as it is there now, and I will cut it so that there is a 1.5 inch strip.
Okay.
Yes, I will cut it into 2 pieces so that your logs are different widths, and that just gives you a lot more interest and enables you to split the colours and tones up.
Oh, I mean, it's the only time you'll ever see it all rolled up beautifully. I'm unrolling it like a wave, aren't I?
I know. They're very satisfying, aren't
they? You could create some beautiful effects with your lights and darks, though, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got the full width of fabric, so you can, half of them are on the floor, so you can, there you go, you can, you can subdivide them. If you cut them all into 2.5 inch pieces, you can make lots and lots of square quilts, and they've done a lot of the cutting for you, and they're laser cut, so there's no sort of banana strips. And as I say, you've got at least one of every single print and colour as I designed it, and often there's 2.
They've pinked the edge as well, which is useful,
all the edges are pinked. And people say, well, how do you gauge the 1/4 inch seam allowance? Well, you just decide and keep it the same throughout. I tend to use the outside, but as long as you're consistent, it doesn't matter.
Even with some of the larger scale prints, look, you're still getting lots of lovely elements. So if you are going for this and you're doing some fussy cutting, the bigger boats, you're getting this lovely rope edge, you're getting all of these prints, this time in full width of fabric, 112 wide, 2.5 inch strips. There's lots of patterns out there that call for 2.5 inch strips.
Oh yeah, they are. I think a jelly roll is the most popular pre-cut, actually.
So do you get to choose or have a bit of a say in what pre-cuts as well are made from the collection?
Yeah, they always make the 2.5 inch candies, the 5 inch, the 10 inch and the jelly roll.
Okay.
And then after that I can ask for a honey bun, which is 1.5 inches wide. And you can ask for, they do triangles, they cut triangles as well. But you have to have a specific quilt in mind for the pre-cut, and they have to approve that as well, because otherwise, you know, if it doesn't marry up. So I tend to just go for the most popular because they're very versatile, and as you say, they're a really good way into getting a fabric collection. Even if you don't know or haven't got a project in mind, a jelly roll, you may add a couple of yards of contrasting fabric and you've got an amazing quilt sitting there. And a lot of the job is done for you.
Yeah, exactly. I know a lot of people are starting. I know I certainly found it very, very daunting in my first few quilting classes. Is right, you've got all of this yardage to subcut it.
I know,
it's really daunting. So if you really struggle and you know that you're looking at doing smaller piecing, lots of little half square triangles, even just cutting them into squares or to hexes for EPP, there's such lovely ideas.
And you can just sew all these strips together and then subdivide them. You don't have to subdivide each row. So you can sew those 3 jelly rolls together, strips together. And then when they're sewn and ironed, you just subdivide them into little squares, and then you've made it looks much more complicated and measurable. You know, you've done more measuring and accurate piecing than you actually have. But the fabric's always beautiful. It's always washed beautifully, and there's never any. I've never found any mistakes on the printing or anything. I mean, they are just a lovely quality.
Oh, I know. There's quilters who watch Sewing Street who only solely buy Moda from us. I mean, it's got the reputation.
It has.
It's beautiful quality quilting weight fabrics, and you've got all of those lovely prints and the detail that Janet wanted in her designs.
They are so close to the designs, aren't they? I mean, and I think just for the amount of collections they have coming through, that they've taken that much care to do them. And they've all it's all coloured in nicely, so beautiful. It all flows. But the Morse code is really good fun. So the first line's A, and then it's B, C, D. So this
is all the alphabet?
That's the alphabet, yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Alphabet fabric. I just like putting like little messages like that in.
Secret notes.
Just little secret notes in. It just amuses me.
Just so you know, stock availability. Has the kit completely sold out? Yeah, sold out.
Wow,
well done
thank you. Thank you very much.
The 10-inch charm pack. 7 of those remaining, 7 of the 10-inch squares. So if you do want those larger prints, they're now the biggest sizes we have. We don't have any by the ½ metre. So if you do want the biggest cuts, grab yourself the 10-inch charm pack. There's literally 4 of them now.
4 now.
Design roll, fewer than 20. We sold quite a good quantity of those. And we're going to come on to the 5-inch squares in a second, which... okay, nearly 100 of these have gone, and we've only just shown them very, very briefly at the top of the show. I did say to you earlier, 5-inch squares, again, when we're talking about accessibility, of getting hold of this collection, this is such a great way of doing it. And eliminating, like you say, that whole cutting process. Literally, you can patch these together.
You can patch it together. And funnily enough, you quite often need a quilt as an emergency. You wouldn't think, but if you're a quilter, then big birthdays and you know, new babies, you know, you want a quilt, and having some pre-cuts in that you can just grab, and a couple of patterns, even if you sew squares together, and make a meaningful label for the back. Somebody has got something really precious that they will treasure,
especially with beautiful fabrics like this, especially with, you know, quality fabrics and something that's a bit personal as well.
They tell a story, don't they? The pre-cuts, because you get the whole collection, they actually tell the story you don't need to know the story. Maybe you just think, oh, that's nice colours, I like it, but the designer has always got a story and a reason behind each of the designs. So if you bought the whole collection, the story is there.
Can I have a look at the picture again of your fish here, because you can see.
You like the fish.
I do. I mean, look, you can see from your drawing to the fabric, you can just tell straight away it's Janet's drawing, isn't it? It's absolutely perfect.
And these little things, I fiddle around with these little things, and much more that I do doesn't make it into the fabric, and so one thing just sort of speaks to you and you think, right, that's it, I know that's going to be lovely on fabric.
Remember, you're going to get, again, 2 of each print here. You're going to get 42 5-inch squares.
You get 2 of most of them, yeah. A lot of them you do. It depends how many SKUs were in the collection.
Okay.
So yeah, but in general, you'll get plenty. They're always a really, really good spread of the tone, so you can work a design up into it, definitely.
Absolutely. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So you've got all of your navies.
There you go, look, you're playing already.
There you go, absolutely. I'm going to do one of each.
You can do a 9 patch. You could do a 9 patch, and then you could do the disappearing 9 patch. That's easy, and you could do that with the layer cakes as well.
And even your solids, they're not solids,
they're not solid.
They?
No, they're not, because I handed in sheets of watercolour paper, and I get to tell them the complementary colours that I'd like with them as well, and we get to put the quote on the selvage, and I get to design the little colour registration dots on the selvage as well. So I've got a little fish.
And what quote have you put on the selvage?
Come in, the water's fine.
Oh, I like that.
Because everyone's wild swimming now, aren't they? And they was like, come in, like my sister, she's swimming in Brighton, and you're thinking, no, the water is not fine, darling. I'm fine on the beach. You just go and get wet. That's fine.
That's fine.
Come in, the water's fine. I'm here with my coffee. I'm happy.
I'm still on the shore. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? Well done everybody who's managed to get any of the pre-cut, all of the different colours, and look at how they're all already for you there in their order.
So that's what I would do when I break into one of the pre-cuts. I tend to make a pile of the colours. So I'd make a dark pile, and then the blue, and then the cream, and then you can see how you want them to go together, how the spread's going to be, how it splits up, so you can actually have a bit of a design process, or you just do it completely random.
I think these will actually go a really long way. When you see it, it's quite deceiving, isn't it? When you think, oh, it's £15, like, what am I actually going to be able to make?
What am I actually getting? But look, I mean, all right, you're losing 1/4 of an inch for every seam, but there's a lot there.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, lots of cushion fronts, definitely.
Cushions, bag makers. Don't just think of pre-cuts as smaller pieces. Obviously stitch them together, and yeah, you're going to be able to do bag making with these. They'd be lovely to make a nice beach bag, wouldn't they?
Yeah, half square triangles. Honestly, you can make half square triangles forever and still not have finished with them.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with 42.
Absolutely adore them.
42 5-inch squares for $14.99. That's going to make a nice block. Put another 4
there, and there you can see. And of course, these make 2. If you make them like that, you've got them.
Yeah.
So you've got there like a diamond block already.
Gorgeous. So
we're happy when we're playing with fabric, aren't we? You can feel the what do you call it? All the adrenaline leaving, and everyone is just.
It's very calming,
breathing, slowing down. We're playing with fabric.
Calming. I think when you're looking at fabrics like this, though, instantly calming. The lovely seaside, they're beautiful, really beautiful, Janet.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we mentioned, this isn't the first time you visited the sea, the nautical collections.
No.
It was meant to be in the next hour, but because obviously everything is virtually sold out in this hour, I'm going to bring it forward. So I had with you last time I was on with you this gorgeous
Jolly
whales. Now we've got a kit and we've got instructions on their own. The kit. Let's have a look at the kit first, Janet.
Let's open up
What's
the kit.
on the sea vibe? So if you love this applique block in the centre here behind Janet, these are
big
whales.
jolly whales.
Literally big jolly whales.
Jolly whales just make me so happy. We were watching David Attenborough on Sunday. Was it Sunday night?
Yeah.
We were watching the killer whales hunting. Oh, they are smart.
Hannah's mum wants to swim with whales.
Ah, okay.
Hannah's told her she can't.
Well,
Bit dangerous.
yes, definitely not the killer whales that we were watching. So there you go, lots of fabric.
They have apparently
Buttons.
a higher emotional intelligence than we do in terms of they can communicate with each other in a way that other species can't.
And they were saying that the eldest whale in the pod could be over 100. I had no idea they lived that long. Wow. Really, really smart and intelligent. Anyway, and mine are just jolly and happy and not going to hurt anyone. You could swim with these.
Yeah, maybe if your mum wants to swim with maybe just get all of
these.
this quilt kit instead, Hannah. She likes to sew, doesn't she? So anybody who is a bit fearful of doing a large quilting project with lots of points matching, accurate consistency. This isn't one that you can just be free.
Just be free. So you've got your fabrics. They're all chosen by me, lovely quality, and then I've just done them. Cut them into random stripes, sewn them together, and what you'll do is if you do want to keep it straight, you sew down one row and then you would sew up the other, and that just keeps everything straighter. And then big fusible applique wales on top. You can embroider some details on them and give them, if they're not giving it to a baby, you can give them button eyes and just bring them to life a bit. And the pattern, all the instructions are here, lots and lots of techniques, lots of photographs for you, shows you how you put it all together.
The finished size of the quilt is 38.5 by 42.5 inches.
And they are the templates, and it shows you how you have to cut him and put him together because he was too big for the bits of paper. There you go. That whale is actually big enough you could do as a soft toy, you know, like a little flat soft toy. You could do that, and or put him on a cushion. Yeah, he's really, really fun to make. So this is a really good place to start, actually. Or if you just wanted to make a really simple little present for a baby, I mean, it's 38.5 by 42.5 inches.
Nice play mat sort of size.
Little play mat. You can throw it in the washing machine, goes over a buggy, no trouble at all.
And did you do some free motion on here, or is this with your normal foot?
This is, it's probably, I put my walking foot on and just zoomed across and just thought about waves. I mean, I very rarely quilt my own things now. I normally get Sussex Elf to quilt for me, long arm for me, but this is such a small, cute little size. It's very doable on a domestic machine.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, for anybody who is starting out thinking, right, I just want to have a bit of a practice of my quilting as well. Maybe you do want to put your free motion foot on or your walking foot. This is a great, really lovely fun one. And as you said, as quilters, quite often new babies being born or a gift for somebody, you've got to do a quick quilt.
And quilt in a day.
$44.99.
Yeah, it's a bargain. Fabulous. And it will, I mean, it's all cotton. It will last and last and last. Really good fun. You've got the fusible web that you need.
You put the bond web or the fusible webbing in there as well. The finished size again is 38.5 by 42.5 inches.
You could make it a little bit bigger. I mean, I'm usually quite generous with the fabric that I've got, so you could probably get it a tiny bit bigger. And this here is my motor fabric, which is not as solid, and I've done that for the whales just so they stand out from the plain background, and also it's enough to do the binding with. Beautiful. So there's lots of texture and come and go in there.
Everything you need for the front and the binding, just $44.99. Now, if you do have lots of blues and nautical fabrics in your stash and you want to do it with your own fabrics, we also are offering the pattern
on its own.
You still get obviously all of your templates in there. All of your fabric requirements are on the back and full step-by-step instructions, just $9.99. Love the jolly whales. They are lovely, happy whales, aren't they?
I know. I just have these mad ideas. Think, nope, I have to make a quilt with jolly whales on today. That's what I'm doing today.
Oh, well, I know loads of people, in fact. Kieran's cousin, she is obsessed with whales, and I'm always looking for different things with whales on for her. This would be ideal. £9.99. We've all got one of those friends that also wants to get into sewing, get into quilting.
Yes.
It's been a nice
I think we are coming back into the crafts and making your house unique and making things that will last and spending more time quietly at home.
Yeah,
I think I think people have realised the benefit of it.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've known forever, haven't we? We've been sewing forever, but I think there's more and more people coming up thinking, no, actually, something you can do at home that's completely calming and really centres you is, I mean, such a blessing to be able to have, isn't it?
Very mindful, isn't it?
Very mindful.
Right, so that's Jolly Whales, kit and instructions on their own. Where we go next, Hannah? Oh, in fact, I've just noticed the time. How is it already 10 o'clock? You're going to be back in an hour.
I'll be back in an hour. I have some demos and we've got other quilts to show you.
Yeah, we've got some demos from the book as well. We've got some demos from the new book. So any questions that you have, get them in. And just during the break here, I know that you've been listening to Janet and we've been all indulging in the fabrics, but if you do want any of those pre-cuts, please, Hannah's recommending in her words that you get a bit of a scoot on checking out.
I can hear her saying that.
To make sure. She was like, I don't want to be, I don't want to peer pressure anybody, but I can see the amount of people that want these pre-cuts. Please do check out. It's not matching up. I hope everybody manages to get them during the break. We'll be talking about the book and we'll be demoing from the book at 11 with Janet. We've also got some more kits. The quilt here. The square dance quilt.
Square dance is coming, and we've got a Constance quilt.
Perfect.
Constance. But yes, we've got lots more deep dive into the book, and I shall get practicing my demos.
Yeah, thank you
with a
very
cup
much,
of tea.
Janet. Thank you. It's been an amazing hour. Well done, everybody who managed to get the quilt kit. We're back after the break, though. We've got lots more goodies for you. All your sewing room supplies coming up, and Janet's back at 11. See you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, welcome back. What a lovely hour with Janet. Isn't she amazing? It's such an inspiration. And yeah, watch this space. I know our team are talking to her team. We're going to try and see if we can get any more quilt kits. I can't promise we can, but just stay tuned, you never know. And we've got some more great projects with Janet Clare at 11 o'clock as well today. So, early bird today is the Alysso Iron. Can you actually believe that we have been lucky enough to get this at a discounted price? We know how amazing the price is anyway. I understand it is a considered purchase. It's an iron and it's normally $162.99, which, as we all know here at Sewing Street, is brilliant. Those of you that have already done your research on this iron, this is the day to buy it. It is going under £150 for today only. I think during the quilt fair, it went £7 lower, but today it's more than £10 saving. We have never taken it under £50 on split pay either. You've got lots of great features of this iron that make it so much more efficient as a sewer. The Smart Touch technology, the 360 ball rotation on the cord, the extra long 3.75 metre cord, the fact that you can get 375ml in the water tank, the super duper diamond ceramic plate which heats from end to end. I mean, a really, really good heat throughout the whole base of the iron. It's got steam option, it's got obviously a water spray, but it is just the power of the iron that makes it, of course, the Pro Plus. $149.99 for the first time ever. It's got great vertical steaming, or if you are using it for, I'm giving Kat a facial here. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I should try and get this too close to her on the camera, but whoo! I started doing the other day. I had this iron, then I started going like this, trying to spray the camera, and realised actually I'm spraying the electrics with water. Maybe I shouldn't try and do that. But it has got a fantastic steam option. Sorry, am I steaming up the camera now? That was my aim. But the great thing is, look, I've got it on the desk. I'm going to get told off. No, I'm not, because it's not going to scald it as the scorch guards are now on. As long as it's obviously plugged in, as soon as you've switched it on, the iron on at the plug, that scorch guard will lift up, and it's only when you touch it, it will drop. I don't want it to burn the table, but it will literally lift within, well, less than a second. That's actually now a speedier technology, so anyone who's messaging in saying how much they love their original Alysso iron, it still had their auto lift, but I think this is actually even quicker now. $149.99 or $49.99 on split pay, which we loved this iron when it first came in, and I know how many people are. Delphine Brooks, Wendy Orlando's got one. Lots of our guest designers using it on their social media as well. So if you do follow Wendy Orlando, the Crafty Co, on social media. You'll be able to see it in action all the time in her workroom as well. Let me know if you're watching Wendy. Let me know what if you love it as well. Morning, Donna. For anybody who has this iron, for anyone who's sitting on the fence, I think it'd be really nice if you message in and let me know how you're getting on with yours. But yeah, it is brilliant. Oh, that's the water tank. Okay, that is your early bird special today. Any questions, please get them in. You can sit it upright. So once I've switched it off, whilst it's cooling down, I'd probably keep it like this. Just whilst it's cooling down. It does have the little feet, but you can obviously keep it facing down when your fabric's there and it's not going to scorch it. Now, this hour is all about stocking up your stash. So Hannah's really thought about your workroom, what you might have in your workroom, things that Hannah's got that you need to refill or replenish. So we've got different bits and bobs for you. So one of the most popular refilling products is Best Press. Sorry. Right in front of the iron, here we go. We've got here two different scents. We've got the scented option and we've got the scent-free option. Let's go scent-free first. And these are the big bottles. These are your 500ml bottles of Best Press. It's a really useful bottle afterwards, actually, because it's got a nice spray nozzle. Spray it, you can rinse it out, put water in it, mist your plants. It's going to take you a while to use all this up, but it will run out one day, obviously, because if you're sewing lots of curves, maybe you've got Janet's quilt kit. She did say we were going to do some curved piecing. If you're working with bias edges on any of your patchwork, give it a spritz with this before you cut it out, and it's going to help just with that bit of stability. Unlike your starch spray that you might buy in the supermarkets, which is designed for, you know, your shirts. You can use this, as you can see, on your laundry, on your shirts, pressing any of your clothes or your bedding. But unlike that, it is actually designed for sewers and for fabrics. So it doesn't matter what colour fabric you're pressing, or you're spraying, it's not going to leave any residue, it's not going to leave any flaking, even on dark fabrics. It's not going to leave any residue or shine. It makes your ironing just, so much sort of crisper though. That starch element of your Best Press is going to give it that really lovely structure. So if you are doing dressmaking and want to get those really lovely crisp collars, then this is ideal. Just £11.99. That is your scent-free option, which I know a lot of people love. Personally, I'm a lavender girl. I love lavender. The smell of lavender is beautiful. We've got a lavender and vanilla scent as well. I just think it makes all your workroom smell lovely. If you're ironing your bedding with your new Olisso iron, or your quilt that's going into a bedroom, or you're gifting it to somebody and you're giving it a spritz of this, it's going to smell amazing. Now, even though this is purple, don't worry, it dries it is just completely clear anyway, so you can use it on white still. Another relaxing element if you are doing lots of patchwork. We were just talking to Janet, how she was saying, I think a lot of people now are starting to realise what all of us have known for years as sewers, that sewing is really relaxing, it's really mindful, it's a nice time to just sit and be in your own little world. Sewing 300 half square triangles is going to help be a bit more relaxing. But it's also going to help with any bias edges that you have. So this is your lavender and vanilla scent, just £11.99, and it's the big bottle as well. I know that we've had the smaller ones in the past. This is your 500ml bottle, so it's going to last you. Always one of our most popular products. Quite often, actually, when we're working with bias edges and we say, we've got any Best Press in? No, it's out of stock, It'll always be on reorder, but we'll always get it back in. But guest designers like Wendy Orlando, for example, Hannah's saying, I think she might drink it. Don't drink it, Wendy. Stop drinking it. It's just £11.99 for the bigger bottles. Right. That's your Best Press. We also have 505. Talking of big bottles, let me just show you the difference. Oh, Hannah. So this is the regular can that we're all used to. Look at what we've now got in. We're not going to charge you any postage for the fact that you're getting an aerosol in the post, or I know some companies have to pay more, or the fact that it's a larger can. Let's do this one because it's double the size. That was 250ml. This is your 500ml. It's $13.99, which makes it actually slightly better value for money. But I'm thinking more on a space level as well. If you are storing, lots of cans of 505 spray, then yeah, this is going to be ideal. If you are also quilting big quilts, like the sampler quilt behind me, large quilts obviously take a lot of basting. If you do make lots of projects where you might need to baste your quilt layers, your sandwich together, your fabrics together, this is brilliant. Now it is a temporary adhesive, it's a temporary hold. The directions for use are literally just you spray it onto the wadding generally, is what guest designers have sort of advised me. Spray onto the wadding, place your fabric over the top, spray 505 spray from 25 to 30 centimetres away, and do it in a well ventilated area. Wash away with warm water. Once you wash your quilt, then it will all obviously disappear. You will still need to stitch it down. It's a temporary adhesive, just $13.99. Always probably one of our most popular basting sprays. Well, it is the most popular basting spray that we stock, and probably the quickest way of basting. You could use additional clips if you want. You could thread baste. Some people clip and spray, or do the odd clip here, or might just spray baste, when they're doing larger quilts. You might want to use it for cushions. You might spray baste everything, which is fine. Go for it. Doesn't damage your fabric. It is what it's there for. So if you do want the bigger can, if you do a lot of spray basting, it's just $13.99. We should send one of these to all of our guest designers for Christmas. They'd love this, wouldn't they, as their Secret Santa? They would love this. The big cans as well are great. $13.99. Oh, thanks for my cup of coffee, Hannah. How many cups of coffee do you think is an acceptable amount in a day? Do they recommend more than, they'd say not to have how many? Is 2 or 3 fine? Yeah. I know, because Bruce has 2 or 3 before he even comes on air. Oh, Hannah stops drinking coffee when she feels fizzy. Her word, when she feels a bit fizzy, she'll stop drinking coffee. Oh yeah, I've never got to that point. I've never got to the point where my mind's moving faster than my body is moving because I've had so much coffee. Have you? I bet that's, yeah, scary place to be. Oh dear. There's no quick way of reversing that, is there either? Just lots of water. Hannah gave up coffee for Lent. She said then when she was able to drink it at Easter, she had 12. 12 cups of coffee, was up at 3 in the morning, rearranging furniture. Oh dear. Right, $13.99, just to remind you, look, it's double the size of the original can. This is the one that you'll see on air a lot. We've just recently got the new one in stock. This one, a lot of people are buying multiple. If you've never used 505 before, if you've always preferred the smaller cans, maybe they're ones to take to classes with you. More of a portable can, £7.99. Try it out. £7.99 for your 505 temporary adhesive. Remember, it isn't just for fabrics. You could use this for patterns. So, like tissue patterns can go a bit rogue sometimes, especially, if you've got a bit of a breeze, the air conditioning, or, a window open or something. If you want to temporarily put your patterns in place whilst you're cutting your fabrics, for example, absolutely. Patchwork tissue, ribbon. It says stabilizers for felt, for denim. You can use this on as well. £7.99, 250ml this time. £7.99 for your 505. If you do want to get the larger can, they are both available. Just whichever you'd prefer. No, go on. Tell me your reasoning. Hannah says, I know this is going to sound a bit strange, but I want to go to pellets. It's for Hannah's own personal usage that she wants to do these, because she's thinking of making some draft excluders as it's getting colder, isn't it? You want to weigh them down. Weigh them down. Yeah, you want to weigh them down. She says, not the whole thing filled with it, but just, you know, partially sort of weighted down. They're great for door stops. They're great for, yeah, your draft excluders. If you're making really lovely, you know, Amber makes flower pots, things like that, or door stops. They're really lovely to be able to put onto shelves as well for Christmas toys. If you're making any gnomes for Christmas, put in their bottoms or in their feet. £5.99. And look, it's 1 kg. It's 1 kg, and you are still not going to pay extra postage and packaging for the fact that these are weighted. They are recycled polythene pellets for just £5.99. Can I give you a little tip? Make yourself a little paper funnel or use a funnel. Please be careful, because they will go absolutely everywhere. Speak from experience, you'll be finding them for years. They are recycled, yeah, but you still just don't want to be having lots of little pellets all over the floor, do you? You want them to go into your draft excluder. Maybe snip a corner and then get a funnel and then clip it back in place. I know, I love quilters clips. They're really useful, aren't they, for all sorts. Just £5.99, and it's a whole kg. If you're multi-buying on them, you'll only pay 1p&p still. You'll still only pay 1p&p, even if you're buying the Aliso iron. If you're buying a sewing machine, if you're buying a quilt kit from Janet Clare, it's all under 1p&p. I still find that baffling. Yeah, we must lose out on that, surely. I'm not going to go into it. If I keep raising this on air, then they'll probably start to think about it. But make the most of it. It's really good P&P. That's your plastic polythene pellets. Right. Got loads of goodies here. So one thing that we obviously always need to stock up on is threads. And probably the colours that we use the most of are your neutrals, black and white. They're the ones that we're going to potentially need to stock up on. And we might have 80 weights in our stash. We might have different threads there, but our 50 weights are our universal sewing threads, polyester, Gutermann threads, your go-to threads in your bobbin, in the top of your machine. You can use them for piecing, you can use them for hand sewing, you could use them for applique. Use it for everything. This could be your go-to thread if you are just starting out, you want to get yourself a nice little thread pack, or building up a little hamper for somebody who sews, ideal. There's 7 spools, 100 metres on each. You get 4 of white and then 3 of your black spools, all for just £12.99. They know, don't they, Gutermann, what you use more of? So if you have got your value pack, bearing in mind, these are generally about 150 to 170, sometimes closer to £2. So really good value for money as well. 700 metres in one spool. I would definitely be checking out on multiple. Definitely be checking out on multiple. Gutermann, again, they've got a very, very good name for themselves, haven't they? You know what you're getting with Gutermann. You know that you're getting that quality polyester thread. If you prefer to use cotton thread, which I know a lot of people who are making, say, heirloom quilts, they like to say, I'm working with cotton fabric, I like to use cotton thread. Orifil, oh my word, they are the leaders, aren't they, in the world of cotton thread. They know what they're doing. They have got beautiful quality. This is made in Italy, Egyptian grown cotton taken to Italy. They're absolutely stunning threads to work with. And actually, the value for money is really good because the amount of thread you get on each spool, 1,300 metres on each spool. We had the Calm range the other day and they completely sold out. So if you do want your neutral colours, you've got black, you've got grey. That's a lovely colour if you're doing any applique or EPP, or if you want to use a grey thread that sort of blends in with everything, that's a good tone to use. You've got black, and then you've also got your cream. They do have all the numbers on there as well, so if you want more of one of them, you can go back to Aurifil, and they're always very consistent with their production of the colours. But I know a lot of our guest designers absolutely rave about Aurifil, absolutely love it. It just means that your seams are going to be stronger. Think about the threads that you're using when you're investing in all this gorgeous fabric. Think about what's holding it all together. Aurifil, I know when you think of cotton thread, you might think that it's not as strong as polyester, but actually the way that this has been developed and the way that this is manufactured, it's super, super strong. It doesn't get all fluffy. I know that Jenny Jackson was saying when she's hand sewing, she still does like to condition it, just for the simple fact that it will, if it does get any little knots, they just simply pop out when you're conditioning your threads. But you don't necessarily need to with Aurifil. £35.99. So, I mean, your price per 100 metre is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I'm not going to do the maths right now because we haven't got time, but work it out in your own time and you'll be amazed. You'll be over the moon with your purchase, I'm sure. Lots of our guest designers, they really champion Aurifil, so definitely make the most of those colours whilst they're in stock. Do you still get 10 DMCs for free? I thought this was going to stop at some point. So you get a nice little storage box. So how much are DMC skeins anyway? They're like £1 something each anyway, aren't they? Right, in this box you have got all of these little bobbins to wind all your spools. You've got enough to do your DMCs that you get for free and more. And then look at how lovely this box is with all the dividers. So these are all completely solid. You keep those all in place, but they've thought about what you might need to keep in here. So these are designed to wind all your skeins around the little card bobbins that you get 100 of, and they slot nicely into here so you can do them all in lovely rainbow order. Then they've thought about this section here and kept it. Maybe if you're going to keep some embroidery scissors in there, maybe a marking tool, an unpicker, or whatever you might need to keep in there, it's all stored nicely. Now you are going to get 10 randomly selected DMC skeins with it. You get 10. So on our Sewing Street website, our own price comparison, if you are to buy a random DMC floss, we've just picked out here a random colour, orange, they're £1.49 each. They're £1.49 each. For a tenner, you're going to get different colours to this. Kat's just picked them out at random. You're going to get 10 DMC skeins. You're going to get all your 100 bobbins as well, your little winders, and then you're also going to get the storage box. How much you pay for your nice storage box? Surely that'd be a tenner anyway. If you were to buy the threads separately, £1.49 each. If you're doing 10, so that's £14.99. Just for the threads. The box is for free. Well, actually, no, it's not. It's not even for free. It's more than free. How does this? I feel like we're giving you money. I don't think we are giving you money, but do you know what I mean? It's better than free. In fact, you owe us money. I feel you owe us money. How good is that? I'm a bit bamboozled by that. And I must say, whenever I've seen giveaways with free skeins, it's never normally DMC. I mean, DMC are the absolute bee's knees. They're beautiful quality. So hang on, just get your head around this. Have you ever bought something where you get a freebie, where the freebie is worth more than the item that's being sold? So they always say large embroidery thread organizer, 100 bobbins and 10 free skeins. Oh no, you've 10 free skeins are £14.90. The whole lot is less than a tenner. Where are we costing the box in? Where are we costing these lovely little bobbins? I don't know. Honestly, when we did this, I thought, right, that's a one-off special. I haven't seen it for a while, I must admit. I've not seen it for a while, but this is a great way of getting yourself organised. And that's a price comparison with ourselves, actually. Hannah's tone said she's a bit annoyed at that one. I'm not going to lie. She says, I'm not annoyed for you guys. I'm actually really pleased for you. But She's just said, but it just makes no sense, does it? No. And you don't like things to not make sense. She says, I'm just confused. How we can do that. Because the free gift is worth more than the item that we're looking at. The free gift is £14 and you're getting the free gift and the box and the bobbins all for less than a tenner. Okay, don't question it. So you have these little cards. Now you can wrap them round by hand. You get 100 of those. So if you've got skeins already in your stash, do them all in nice rainbow order. Oh gosh, it's so satisfying. So you've got that. What we do have, which fits nicely in the box, is this. Definitely, with your saving that you've made, definitely get yourself a bobbin winder. Save you loads more time. And basically, the little card fits in here. You put the skein over the top and you wind the wheel and it will wind. Bruce, let me enlighten you. So basically, you put one of these cardboard bits into the base of that. Can you see there's a slot at the bottom there? So you put that in. You put your skein over the top and wind the handle and it will wind. There you go. You can see a picture of it. It will wind the handle. Oh no, do you put the thing at the top, wind the cotton under? I did it the wrong way around. But can you see, look? Clip it onto the box. Clip it onto the box. I think it was actually designed for with this, hand in hand. If you buy all these things separately, it's going to cost you a lot more than this. If you buy the DMC skeins, your box, your bobbin winder, today you're getting a massive saving. I'd definitely make the most of it. And you can clip it straight on. So that is to clip onto the box. Right, let's do a bit of maths. DMC skeins. Let's just work out the skeins and the box. So you've got 10 free skeins, which is $14.99. How much is a storage box like this? So let's say because those skeins are free, let's say $9.99. So that's what the box should be on their own, is $9.99. So then the box and skeins should be $24.89. You haven't calculated the cardboard bobbins. Okay, we're going to say that that's included in the $9.99. You've been very generous, Hannah. So then in the box on the side of your screen, we've got the bobbin winder. Let's add another £2.99 to that cost. It will appear on the side of your screen in a second. There you go. It goes in conjunction. It goes with your skeins. You can wind embroidery skeins onto card or onto plastic bobbins. It isn't just onto these cards, it's onto your plastic bobbins as well. So to get all of this, it's on your screen. You should be paying £27.88. Instead, you are paying $12.98. $12.98. Crazy. Hannah is bamboozled. Bamboodles. I know, that is really crazy, isn't it? Just so you know, when we scheduled these, I don't think you were as frustrated, were you? This morning, she wasn't as annoyed, but now she's actually worked it out and seen it on screen. I think we realised that is bonkers. The bobbin winder is just £2.99. Definitely get it in conjunction with your box. You get 10 free skeins, which we've already established should be over £20. Absolutely brilliant value, and they are beautiful quality DMC. You're going to get a random selection of colours to try out as well. Maybe add some embroidery onto your Janet Clare quilt. Even if you're doing a block, if you can't get the quilt kit, if you're just doing a block. Okay, I'm going to leave that thought with you. It's really bothered our Hannah. So, we've also done a bundle of DMC Christmas skeins. So are you definitely going to get these colours? So I've got here, oh my gosh, I've got metallics. These are £2 each. These are normally $1.99 each. So you've got here, look at this. The sort of silver pearly one. Oh, I love that. These are each £1.99 normally. So you're getting these two, and then you're also getting metallic gold. Oh, I love that. Christmas colours. And then we're also doing 2 DMC skeins. Oh, sorry, anchor stains. Nope, they are DMC. DMC skeins of red and white. Red and white included as well. All of those, £9.99. Absolutely brilliant. 2, 4, 6. 5 skeins, sorry, 5 skeins. £9.99. Yeah. I've got the silver, I've got the metallic, gold and turquoise. Hang on, we've had a look on the website. So our own website, you've got the turquoise one, which is, are these £1.99? No. Here we go. So the silver, this one, that's £2.49. Kath is now doing the maths. £2.49 just for this one alone. And these ones I think are the same as well. I think these are £2.49 as well. So again, I think you're making a bit of a saving getting the 5, aren't you? It's another lovely colour bundle. Really lovely colour bundle. A Christmas embroidery skein bundle. All 5 of those. £9.99. That is a really strange noise. Can you hear someone knocking? But it sounded very close, didn't it? Because we've still got a gap, by the way, between our door and the ceiling. It's like our door is about this much too short, so there's a gap. I've got to let you know that they are building a studio in the room next door. They like to do it when we're on air. They're probably using it. They were using a drill. Oh my gosh. Right, okay. So, we've got some Osnaburg. This goes beautifully with Janet Clare, actually. If you want to use, maybe you've got your 5-inch charm squares. If you want to be able to incorporate this maybe for linings of bags or backgrounds for applique. If you've got your whales, you could just applique some whales. Make your own little seaside theme. Look, I mean, this is just half of it. Imagine this being your cushion front. If you've got the book, do a compass in the centre. Do some beach huts. Make your own nautical theme, bag, cushion, design. It looks lovely with all your Janet Clare. So there's calico, and then there's Osnaburg. I'll always see Osnaburg as like that one step up. So it's slightly sort of more malleable, it's a slightly more refined version of calico, but still really affordable, really, really affordable. So if you did get maybe your 10-inch charm squares or any of your pre-cuts, you still got that lovely natural seeded charm to it. It's unbleached, it's really beautiful. Works really, really well with your red work. It goes with virtually everything in your stash. But I do like that lovely, maybe you like to dye your own fabric or you like to use stencils. I was actually talking to Delphine, and I don't know whether I should say this on air, but I'm going to tell you an insider secret. So Delphine and I were talking yesterday, and she really wants to bring to air painting on fabric. She works with a specific paints company that she's used for years and years since her old days of textiles. And she says, I think everybody would love it. She was showing me some of the designs that she's done, and they are amazing. She was like, I'm not going to tell you all of her ideas, but she's got some really good ideas. Just to be able to paint onto this would be incredible. £2.79. Those of you that managed to get the 10-inch squares, the design roll, in fact, oh, thank you, Kat. Here you go. Here's the design roll. If you want to do, making this go even further, it's going to go a long way anyway, but look at how well, see what I mean? The colours all work well together. Look at that. So if you do want to incorporate some calico, some Osnaburg, sorry, absolutely, go for it. Linings of bags. you can still quilt with it. It's slightly heavier weight than your quilting weight cottons, just be aware of that. But it would be nice to add different textures. Cushion front, maybe like there's like a log cabin. The back could be an envelope back in Osnaburg, or it's going to work really, really well. Just strips. Stripes of your ombres to your creams, couldn't you? And you could use this as backing. The backing could be the Osnaburg. Don't use your designer fabric where it's not necessary, especially when for £2.79 you get half a metre of Osnaburg. I love this as your background of a plique, and you could do the most beautiful scene. I'm thinking, you know, this one, if you've got the book, let me try and lift this up here. If you want to make yourself a wall hanging, use Osnaburg in the background, and then you've got here in the book the templates for the boats and the curved piecing at the bottom. Remember, in the next hour, we're going to be looking at the book with Janet, and we're going to be making some of the blocks as well. But that one would be lovely, wouldn't it? Hope anchors the soul. Your templates are in there. You could use your Osnaburg as the background and then fussy cut using your jelly rolls, because we can't get any more of the quilt kits. I know I said we're going to try. We can't get any more today. If we do in the future, it's going to have to be sort of brought to us from America, shipping from America. So I don't know when is the honest answer. But get your pre-cuts and the book. Get yourself some Osnaburg, and it's going to go a long way, isn't it? It is going to go a really, really long way. Just £2.79 a half metre, and to remind you, that's what half a metre looks like. That's what half a metre looks like. Okay. Everybody who's checked out has checked out multiple units. Remember, it's going to be cut off the bolt for you, whatever size you want. Keep going through on the phone, by the way. We are taking the graphics out. There's a little queue on the phone line. Even though the graphics are about to leave your screen, you can still go for it. Oh, we buy a lot of units of Osnaburg. Don't panic. We use it a lot. We know you love it a lot. So yeah, we generally have about 600 units in stock at a time, I'll be honest with you. So stay where you are. Right. Just have a little cup of tea, cup of coffee while we're going. A lot of people are on the phone line. I think because, especially we've been talking to Janet Clare, and it works so well with her nautical theme, it's worth stocking up on a few units of that, isn't it? Just having your stash. Right, even though graphics are about to go, don't worry, you can still get it with the customer service team. It's fine, or it's under us on the web. I've got loads. I've got so many goodies. I might have to bring some of them back again for 12 o'clock if we don't get through them all, because it's already 1:45. Thinking about storing your quilts. These are the jumbo bags. Oh, there's only 4. Right, I've got the variety pack, which I don't think we've got on the show today. Yeah, that's gone, sold out. If you do want the jumbo storage bags, we actually bought these in during our Quilt Festival show, because a lot of people talk about maybe bringing this out during the summer months. If you have seasonal quilts, if you have textile on the wall that you change, or maybe you don't have enough beds to keep all of the quilts that you make and you want to store them away. We said maybe you've got lots of fabric that you want to keep for memory quilts and you can't yet, you're not at that point that you're ready to cut up certain items of clothes to make memory cushions, memory bags, memory quilts, memory teddies. Keeping storage, keeping fabric stored away without, it taking over the house. I think we're all guilty of it, aren't we, as crafters? Even if you've got, I'm talking to Catherine Wright, and she's got her craft studio. She owns a shop. She has her own craft studio, and it still creeps into every room of her house. So if you are storing them away, we know the prices of fabrics, of everything, in fact, in the world is going up, isn't it? So if you see a collection, like Janet Clare was saying, actually, Moda don't reprint fabrics. So if there's a collection you love, get it now, even if you're not doing anything with it until next year. Keep it, store it away. This reduces the size, you can see on the photo here, up to 80%. So you don't need to use a vacuum with this, or a Hoover nozzle. You can just use the hand pump that's provided. You have a choice though, it does also fit your nozzle. I know a lot of people who take these on cruises, or taking them to shows. If you're taking quilts on a plane or taking them away, you can absolutely condense them all down. Storing them when you're moving house, or if you're keeping things in a garage, under a bed, it's going to condense everything down. I always put, winter coats, put them into a suitcase and stack them all up. If you have got extra teddies, things like that, storage of soft toys that you can't bear to part with once kids have grown up. My mum has got so many of my old bears, and I've said to her, Mum, it's fine, honestly, I'm really not that attached to them anymore. But she's like, but I am, I can't bear to get rid of them. Put them in a vacuum packed storage bag and store it away. Absolutely. And it means that they're going to be less likely to get eaten by moths or they get all dusty and dirty, don't they? Whereas with these, they stay all nice and clean. And they mean as well, they're not going to get damp. We have, Kieran has got storage container where he's got all of his carpet samples and things. And in the end, I've put lots of my things in there, and they've got really damp. I'm really annoyed. It's only been a couple of, literally 1 year. Terrible storage unit, terrible storage facilities. And then but also odour-free, insect-free, mildew, water, dust. Yeah, he just wanted to get rid of them, I think. He's probably just thrown water over them. Sorry, I'm just reading all of your comments on Facebook as well. Shall we do? There's only literally a couple of these available, by the way. There is only a couple of these available. Sue sent in a lovely message about Spoondrift. So when Janet Clare's back, by the way, I'll read out that message then and talk to her about it. I had never heard of Spoondrift till about an hour ago. Had you? We learn something new every day here, don't we? Oh, sorry, that's the drilling. The drilling outside, if you can hear it at home. Solan glue pen is always something that we need to stock up on. Oh my word. Whether you need a new glue pen, you want another one for going to classes, one to have in your pencil case, one to have upstairs, one to have by the bed when you're doing your extra little bits of EPP. Always handy to have a few of these. Send somebody a little starter kit for their Christmas present. I've got some hexes I can bring to you as well. You could get the 5-inch charm pack from Janet Clare, Solan glue pen, and then a pack of little hexes, which I've got in a moment. Maybe even a smaller thread from your collection at home. And that's a nice little starter kit of EPP, isn't it? It's a beautiful, talking of mindfulness, really lovely hand sewing technique. But this is a specially developed glue that is designed to work on fabrics. It's a temporary hold. I was talking to, who was I talking to the other day? Jenny Jackson. Jenny Jackson was saying how it would hold for years and years, but when you're ready to take it out, it's easy to take out. So when you're taking out your EPP papers, easy to remove. A water-soluble glue, dries completely clear. I think in here, what colour cartridge have we got? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Sometimes they're blue, sometimes they're yellow. Oh, this one says blue refill. Doesn't matter though, because it will dry clear, but you can see where you're gluing. Just a dab of glue. A tip, because anybody who has not got on with a glue pen before, if you found that it's got a bit splodgy, Jenny's tip yesterday, or a couple of days ago when I was with her, was to use it on an angle. So you're using it almost to a point, so it will create a little bit of a point with it. Don't blob it down. It won't spread and get all funny. She's never had any issues with it drying out or any problems with it. Being splodgy at all. It's actually specially developed glue for fabrics, EPP, putting in zips as well, really useful. Hold zips in place as you take them to the sewing machine, or any fabrics that you can't pin. Fabrics like PUs, vinyls, anything that you can't pin, put a bit of Solan glue. It's genius, brilliant to be able to hold things in place temporarily. Templates that you want to hold in place whilst you're drawing around them on fabrics. You'll be using this for lots of different bits and bobs through your sewing journey. So that's £5.99. If you do want to make yourself a little EPP starter bundle, we've got some 1-inch hexes. These are your 1-inch 100 hexes. Great to start you off, and they're a nice manageable size actually. If you don't want to start doing a huge quilt, just want to do small projects, little makeup bag maybe, a few in on a border of a cushion. You can reuse these. They're really lovely quality. I'll show you, they've been laser cut for you. To say, look, they're $3.99. Could you cut them yourself? Absolutely yes. Would it be time consuming and difficult to be able to get them consistent? Absolutely. It would be a bit difficult. So you've got nice quality card, which is fine enough to be able to remove, but thick enough to be able to use again. £3.99 for 100 laser cut hexies ready to go. And your hexies, look, they create lovely shapes, whether you're going to put them all together as a bit of a border, you know, sort of just keep putting them all round, whether you're going to do tumbling blocks. Imagine doing, oh, you would need to cut them. Oh, are they a different shape? Sorry, you broke my heart there. But I was thinking you could do like honeycomb designs. You could do a lovely flower, couldn't you? You could just simply patch them all together. Watch me try and do a tumbling block. How long would you have left me? But I think they look great. Oh, look, I think that looks like a tumbling. No, it's not, isn't it? No. I see what you mean though. Look, because it's that, isn't it? No. They're weird diamonds that you need for a tumbling block. But there's a lot you can do with the hexie. And a hexie was always your sort of traditional EPP shape, isn't it? I could spend ages just playing with fabrics and the hexes, creating different shapes, and obviously using different fabrics. They're going to look completely different. Join Jenny Jackson's Scrappy Hexie Facebook group. It's called Scrappy Hexie Fun, and some of the best EPP is just literally using your scraps. These are great sizes for using up scraps, just little pieces of fabric that you can't bear to part with. Put them all together and create a lovely cushion front. Nice for flowers though, aren't they? And then you could applique that onto the front of a cushion or onto a bag, using up your stash. 100 EPP cards for $3.99. Okay, we're going to get Janet back on in a second. Just before we go to a break, we have here the little Daisy on the go thread cutter. I think this is one that you put round your neck like a lanyard, but it's not going to be dangerous to have round your neck because it's all concealed. So this is actually here an enclosed blade, so it's only when you actually put the threads over the top of this will it cut it. It cuts it at everyone. Obviously always check with your airline, but a lot of these are all right with because of the size of the blade, these are accepted on a lot of airlines. Just always check. So not only have you got this thread cutter, it's also got a needle threader on the other side. So under here, you've actually got a needle threader as well. So great to take on the move. Detachable yet lanyard. If you do, do you do a bit of hand sewing in the car? Do you just have loose threads that you want? Just keep it around your neck. Oh, we're always one of these people. You end up just going out with it just as a little necklace, wouldn't you? It looks pretty as well. £4.99. £4.99 and useful. Nice little secret Santa for somebody. I know we're getting to that time of year, aren't we, where we're having to start to think about Christmas. That would be a useful little gift for someone's secret Santa in your quilting group, maybe. So behind me is the sold out quilt that launched today. The other side of the set, we've got a few other Janet Clare quilts which we can bring to you. This one is beautiful. This is the Dancing Squares. It is gorgeous. We have got the quilt kit available coming up after the break. We are also going to be demoing parts of the new quilt though, the Spoondrift quilt. We've got the book, we've got the pre-cuts still to bring you. They're absolutely gorgeous. In fact, if some of the pre-cuts sold out, we'll do a bit of a stock recap after the break. If you want your jelly roll, grab them whilst you can. That's basic pre-cuts now. If you want them, definitely make the most of them. But stay tuned. Lovely Janet Clare is going to be joining me for the next hour, and I just love her knowledge. She's a real inspiration, isn't she? So we're going to learn lots of new techniques. Stay exactly where you are. We're back with Janet right after this.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello, welcome back. I know I've just had a mint as we've gone live. Sorry if I'm it was great timing to have a chewy sweet during the break there. So yeah, excuse me, sorry. Hannah's like, I'm really glad you've just done that. Welcome back. We've got a lovely day today. We can't get any more of the quilt kits. Watch this space. Next time Janet's here, you never know. We may be able to get some more at some point, but huge demand for your new quilt, Janet.
That's so exciting, isn't it? I mean, it makes it all the hard work and everything to know that people are going to have a lovely time sewing it, and it's lovely to be able to bring it to you.
Well done everybody who did manage to get in there nice and early. Don't panic though, anybody who's just tuning in and may have missed it, because we have a book which is part of the kit. Now, this is the instructions really to do the quilt, but it's so much more than that, isn't it?
Yeah,
Janet?
I hope so. We put a lot of work into it, so that makes it a really lovely book to have around, and there's lots and lots of the traditional patchwork techniques that you're going to need for so many quilts. They're all explained in here, so even though they are attached to that quilt block, shows you how to make half square triangles, how to do foundation piecing, curved piecing, they're all in here. So hopefully it's got a good spot on your bookcase anyway.
Absolutely, it's something that you can make this quilt if you want, but from your own fabrics. Maybe your Janet Clare pre-cuts or any previous collections that you might have.
Yes, and you can change the colour palette. I mean, it doesn't need to be traditional. You could do all shades of blue, you could do black and white, you could do whatever you like. Just because it's nautical, you can add a bit of red, you can make it brightly coloured. Just really play with it. But as I say, I think each block will stand on its own anyway.
Absolutely. Now, it's called Spoondrift, which Sue actually messaged in earlier on. I wanted to tell you. She says, I was discussing Spoondrift with a fellow nerd. She says, I found out it's a less common version of the word spindrift.
Yes.
Which I know is a skiing term, as the spray of powdery snow that blows off the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
I didn't know, but I knew people have been saying, have you got your Spindrift book? And I looked up what Spindrift was, but I think spoon, there's something quite nice. I like saying spoondrift.
Yeah, like a spoonful of sugar.
A spoonful of sugar. There you go.
Spindrift. Spoondrift is the watery spray that comes off the waves.
The watery spray off the top of the waves. Because everything's got to be named.
Yeah.
So you may as well have a really nice sort of romantic name.
Yeah, and I mean that sort of sea spray. That's what if you go for when it's not as hot, and you're going along the coast having a nice walk and you can feel that spray.
I love that.
I love it.
I don't go to the beach when it's hot. I don't like it then. I tend to go out of season. So I like the wind and the waves and it gusting around, and you feel really refreshed. We were just talking about you don't see daylight when you're on Sewing Street. Anyway, we all need a good bracing walk along the coast when you've done 4 hours in the TV studio.
Exactly, that's it. It's the bracing walk that just wakes you up.
It just immediately energises you. Yeah,
that's what the Spoondrift is. Now we do have, hopefully enough books to go around, so don't panic, and you're getting all of these techniques. Shall we have a bit of a look through then?
Have you got a copy of your book? No, we're sharing.
Yeah, we'll go with yours. I have got one in one of my bags somewhere.
You have. There you go. So title page, lots and lots of notes, tells you where the techniques are in the book. So if you are using it just as a reference, it's all in there. Tells you the size of the quilts and how you can lay them up, because there's 2 settings. But
there's 2 quilt options.
There's 2 quilt options. Lots and lots of photographs. Here's the fabric all laid out for you for the fabric requirements. So if you are substituting, you know you need this pale colour, you'll need that amount of it, so you can make easy swaps. And then it goes through every pair of blocks. So you can see exact measurements, what to cut, what fabric to choose, how the blocks are structured.
Because you don't repeat the same block
no,
twice, do you?
It's not repeated. I mean, you could make a quilt just using those 2 blocks. You could make a quilt just put sailboats on everything. You can make a cushion, table runner. I think once you've been quilting for a while and sort of the process is demystified, you start thinking, oh, well, I've got a boat on such and such a kit, and you know how to use it. Again, you can scale it up differently. And the same techniques come back over and over and over again. So some of the blocks look quite simple, and then some of them might look more intricate, but it's the exact technique. You just need to be a bit more careful and a bit more consistent with your seam allowances. But it's the same steps that you go through to create them all.
I like that you've got, I've just noticed about the United Kingdom.
Yes.
I love that. I mean, there's so many really lovely applique templates that you will definitely use again.
And you've been looking at this quilt all morning, and when you come back, you see something different. Yeah. This is one of my favourites, this little laurel spray. I think that would come in really handy for things. You could put that just around somebody's name, or like and the whales, of course. Anyway, it's good fun.
Oh, it is good fun.
So all the way through, I don't know how slow or fast you want me to show you, but all the way through, all the fabrics laid out for you, all the templates, where to find the full-size templates and how to cut and construct the blocks. They're all in there.
It's a really, I know this might sound a bit silly, but it's really nicely laid out. Do you know what I mean? On the page. It doesn't look overwhelming, but it looks like it's also full of information for you.
It's full of information. Tony has spent a long time with Hayley, our graphic designer, and she really understands how to structure the page. So it, as you say, there's a lot of information there, but it's all laid out nice and clearly. And I hope everyone really enjoys using it and enjoys browsing through it.
Yeah, it's a nice coffee table book, actually, isn't it?
I love a book. I do love a book. I know you can get everything online, but I don't think you can beat having something on paper in front of you. I think it goes in differently, and I think you enjoy it differently than rather than something that's on a screen. And I get to do put lots of little illustrations and a lot of sayings and quotes and things that I found out about it. So there you go. It's a real labour of love. I mean, you saw I was designing the fabric from 2018, 2019, up until the fabric's only just arriving now.
Well, that's it. So if you choose to use your own fabrics and use the pre-cuts and use the book to make the whole quilt, like you said, this isn't something you're going to do in a weekend. You've had projects like the Jolly Whales. Do it in a day.
Do it in a day.
This one, like you say, is one that you stop, you put down, but you're never going to get bored of it. There's lots of lovely quilts out there that are very methodical and have a lot of repetition.
Yeah.
But this is something that if you want to have a go, dip in and out, have a go at applique, have a go at foundation paper piecing, learn as well as you go. So if you're starting out, don't be daunted by the size of it, because your techniques are going to be able to build through as well.
And even if you're doing something like the curved piecing, which you may not have done before, you're making like one 12-inch block, and then it's done.
Yeah.
And if you really, really don't get on with it, just make one row and then do plain fabric for the rest. You know, there's ways of making it your own. You've got to enjoy it, but also if you stick in your comfort zone, you'll never be able to, you know, you never branch out, you never try anything different.
Well, it's nice to be able to do a block of foundation paper piecing without committing to a whole foundation paper piece quilt.
I know.
It's lovely to be able to say, right, I've conquered it there, I can do it next time.
And it stays done forever.
Yeah.
I love that about quilting, because so many of your jobs that you do every day, they turn up every day. You know, we've got a dog, I hoovered today. Will I need to hoover tomorrow? Yes.
Yes. That's why I find I don't like cooking, because I feel like it's really, I like the satisfaction, that satisfying feeling to stay. I like it to be there and to people to admire it.
Then they go and eat it, don't they?
Eat it.
I know.
And they go, oh, thanks, that was nice. That was it.
I know. Can you make something simple like a lasagna? 3 hours later, 10 minutes at the table, gone.
I know.
So I know. So it stays done forever, and all your hours of enjoyment and calm are there. They're all there. They're all saved up. I always think that all those stitches, they're all there. All those hours of work and enjoyment, they're all in there.
Do you find that if you look at a quilt that you've made or a project that you've made, it brings back those sort of memories of how you felt when you were making it?
I think they are attached to what you were doing, what was going on, and maybe films that you were watching and music you were into when you were making them. I think they do hold a lot. And then, of course, once they're made and you start using them, then they have a lot of memories attached to them. They're really important things. They're really about making homes and making people feel comfortable and safe where they are. And we take a quilt if we're camping. If we go to a hotel, quite often have a quilt with me to put on the.
So yours do go on adventures.
They do go on adventures. Like, don't anywhere near. Don't use them. Don't crumple them. Don't But yes, they are really, really lovely things to do. And I think the thing with the patchwork and the quilting, particularly if you're learning a new skill, is, it's not that scary, is it? I mean, it's a bit of fabric and an hour of your time. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong. Yeah. So it's actually a little safe risk, isn't it? It's very well contained, very manageable. And there's nothing you can't sort of get again or do again or, just throw in the bin and start over.
So which blocks do you want to show us?
So I have got the Morse code. I've got lots of little bits of paper, as you can see. Whether we'll get through it all, I don't know. When I'm planning all my demos, I seem to think that I've got like 24 hours on the television. I've actually got an hour and it goes very quickly. So I thought I'd do the Morse code quickly and then we'll go into curved piecing. So as you can see, here's your Morse code alphabet. So dot is 1 unit, dash is 3 units, and the space between letters is 3. The space between words is 7. And you need to know that so that you can lay up your own message. So I have a message all laid out for you, so you can just copy mine, and it says, "Courage, dear heart."
Oh, that's nice.
Courage, dear heart. But if you want to do something personal, you can see how much space you've got on the block.
Oh, there's loads of space.
Masses of space on the block. It's behind my sewing machine. So you've got this waste canvas. That's in your kit if you have got the kit. If not, you'll be able to find it if you look for waste canvas.
Okay. Waste canvas.
It's called
we don't
waste
sell
canvas.
it here, but you can get it, online.
And you can get soluble canvas as well.
Okay.
Now the soluble is very slippery and plasticky, and it doesn't have this line, so it's harder for you to see when you're stitching, and it's harder for you to keep yourself straight, your lines to keep straight.
How does this remove then if it's
this
not soluble?
One is fibres that are attached with like a vegetable starch or something, and the starch dissolves in water. Oh. So what you're getting is you can use this as like counted cross stitch, like a Ada, but you're not having to count the thread on the fabric, which is impossible with patchwork fabric anyway. It's such a tight weave, but it means you can cross stitch on anything without counting threads. So you are going to do all your stitching through. Then you trim the excess away. I mean, I've got far too much of a big sheet here. You would only cut what you need.
Is this something you've done before in your designing? Have you ever done Morse
and it's
code?
on I have done Morse code before on things that I've made for like family as gifts, and I've got some on my apron, I think, and I've used this cross stitch canvas a lot.
Yeah, it's great. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, it's cool. And then you stitch through. Make sure when you are pulling the fabric tight, I'm just going to stitch anything because it doesn't matter what I'm stitching here, it's my practice, but make sure that your thread is actually attached to the background fabric, not just the waste canvas. And you can do little rows of stitches. So what you do is you stitch it all, then you're going to trim the excess away, and then you soak it in water, warm water. And then what happens is you'll be able to pull the fibres out. And some of them, depending on how densely you've stitched over, you may have a little bit of patience required to get them out. But it does mean that you get this really beautiful, even cross stitch effect without any counting, and you're not worrying about drawing lines on your fabric or anything like that.
How are you doing your dashes, by the way? So your dots are crosses.
I'm doing everything cross stitch. So I've just done it on the. So when I said a dot is one unit, I've just done that as one square on the graph paper,
Right.
so one cross stitch, and then I've got 3 cross
Dashes.
stitches for a dash.
I'm with you.
And then the space between the letters I hadn't realised, because you just, when you've seen it in films, they just go like that. But actually they're listening for individual, I mean, it's so clever, listening for the spaces between letters and then the longer space between words.
Oh, gosh.
So smart, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would never come up with something like that. That is not my brain at all.
Do they still ever use Morse code, ever?
I don't know.
Bruce says, yeah, he thinks so.
He thinks so. Well, why would you stop, I guess?
Yeah. Christine's just said that she said it a while ago, but I've just seen your message. Sorry, Christine. She's just put about the quilt. That is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
She's asked, is it Janet Clare? Yes, you must have seen it then before before she was here. Yes, it is Janet Clare's side. She says, I'm still feeling with COVID, and she says, I seem to have no energy, but you and Sewing Street are giving me my sewing fix, and hopefully I'll find something to do that doesn't take too much concentration. So yeah, hopefully, you know, if you find some nice projects that you don't always have to have one that you have to.
I know, just pick up. I know that fatigue, because that's the main thing I had when I had COVID. I was just wiped out.
Yeah.
Just wiped out. You need something you can just pick up, put down, pick up, put down. But you're right. If you're watching and you're filling up that well, they say that you've got a well of inspiration in you, and if you take it out all the time making things and coming up with dinner every single night, you've got to put lots of things back in. So anyway, we'll put things back in for you today.
Yes.
So there you go. So that is how you cross stitch, and then, as I say, you just going to trim the excess away, soak it in water, and then get some tweezers and just pull the threads out. A little bit of patience, but it gives you a good result. Or you can buy the soluble canvas, which is slippery and doesn't have the lines, and although it's quicker to remove it, I don't like working with it, so that's why I've gone for this.
There's so many lovely messages for you. Lots of love
you.
for Janet Clare today. Jackie from Suffolk wants to say thank you. She has bought your first quilt kit today to take to uni, and it will be her 3-year project as a memento and to relax. Says Patricia.
Fantastic. Well, good luck at uni. My youngest is going on Saturday.
Which uni is he going to?
He's going to Arts University in Bournemouth. So he's only a couple of hours away from home, but you get used to them being around all the time.
I was going to say it's a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the first time he's lived away from home.
Yeah. And it feels like a big thing, but he can be on the train, he'll be home, and he'll be home at Christmas. So it's, it would be lovely for you to have a university quilt and relax after all your lectures and just...
Oh, Jackie, and this is a really special one, like you said, actually. I think it's quite ageless and timeless, any age.
Any age. What you'll have to do, Jackie, is personalise it. So you'll have to put little embroidered notes or do something with your lots of Morse code messages everywhere.
Morse code messages.
Yeah, and you're going to have a ball.
I bought the kit, says Collector in Merseyside. I couldn't resist it. My dad was a signaller in the Royal Navy.
Oh, okay, she'll know.
I'm going to dedicate this quilt to him. I'm going to Morse code. What are you going to say in the Morse code? What are you going to say?
Ooh.
Or maybe that's a secret.
That'll be a secret.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, that's fantastic. It gives me goosebumps, all these little stories of people using them.
I'm loving listening to you two ladies chatting in the demo. So full of information, and so glad someone else feels the same as I do about cooking. Yes, Karen.
Cooking, cleaning. We're over it.
Yeah, done. The quilt kit has sold out, but you can use your own fabric, can't you? Absolutely, to make this quilt.
You can use your own fabric. I mean,
any recommendation? Would you think about different scales of print, like you said?
Think about different scales of print. It's actually a very tight colour palette. So there's a dark indigo, a couple of shades of blue, the sand colour, and a creamy colour. So if you want to do that, if you've got the book, but you haven't got the fabric, the easiest thing to do is just get as close as you can with everything else. Also, it can be really scrappy, so although sometimes you'll need a yard or 3/8 of a yard, if you've only got a fat quarter or a charm square, you will be able to get little elements of the quilt done, and just let it grow.
Yeah,
just let it grow. I mean, it's not hard to find this colour palette in fabric. So that's what I would do. And also, I've done this before, is you can see here where I've told you the exact fabrics that are in the, I suggest that you use. Am I in the wrong place?
Yeah,
there we go.
you're in the right place.
There you go. There, if you've got your own fabric that you need to use, then you can just cut out and glue your own fabric on those little swatches or next to it, so then you can see, a key, that's exactly it, so you can see what you're using, because otherwise you can get a bit confused.
No, that's a good tip. That's a good tip. Thank you for your messages. Grab yourself the book though. It's a beautiful book, laid out beautifully. Lots of great tips, lots of facts, things that Janet's found out about a nautical sort of theme knowledge as well, which is gorgeous. What was that? Sorry, Hannah. Brenda, I've got to ask you a question. Brenda, can I show your message, please? Because you say the word surprise in there. So we want to let everybody know, but we also don't want to ruin the surprise. So
we can't
Brenda,
ruin a surprise.
Can we show the message? Let us know. Right, so we've done a bit of Morse code.
We've done a bit of Morse code. We're doing a bit of curves, which is
daunting for a lot of people.
It is, and I haven't done a lot of curved piecing myself, but actually, if you've done any dressmaking, you have done curved piecing, because you always curve when you're doing into shoulders and princess seams. If you've made like a party dress or something, I'll have a princess seam.
Can we show on the bottom?
Yes,
the
let's show the piecing.
And I love this page in particular, actually, on the book. The photograph's beautiful. So yeah, this is the block.
So it's like a drunkard's path, but how I've coloured it in is so that the ocean's getting darker and deeper.
Love it.
Under the boat, you see.
Very clever. It's very clever.
There's always a little story and a little meaning for me, because otherwise I don't really know how you would create anything if you didn't have that sort of narrative going on, because they can't just pop. Well, sometimes things pop into your head anyway, I guess.
So this is your waves block, and
this is the waves block. So this is the book, the inspiration page. Lovely sunsetty photograph, and it shows you exactly how you're going to do everything.
So you have your templates in the back of the book, and they're to size,
Templates are to size, and all I have done, I mean, you could photocopy them and then use those, but all I did was I got I bought some new pillowcases, and they were in this sort of plastic sleeve, and all I did was I put it on top and traced over it with a Sharpie.
Janet, we have template plastic that doesn't melt. We have the Mylar.
Oh, you've even got proper template.
Have you seen Mylar before? It's brilliant, because
no, because I'm scrabbling around using.
Every time Stuart Hillard talks about Mylar, I've seen hundreds of units go before he's even shown it on air. If you want Mylar, it's your no melt quilters template plastic. It's £5.99. It looks like this. I mean, the picture doesn't look very exciting, does it? But it's template plastic.
It's not be the most exciting thing you've ever bought, but it might make your life a lot easier.
Do I need to add seam allowance?
No, it's all there.
Okay.
It's all done.
It's cheaper than buying new pillows, isn't it?
It is cheaper than buying new pillows. So anyway, you know how to do all this anyway, but just get your templates, and you're just going to draw around them, and that I just wobbled there. So what you need to do is work out whether there's I've got a pen all over my hand. Anyway, get a pen that works. This is a friction pen. Friction pen. Yeah. Trace your templates, cut them out. You're not going to want to cut it out of your book, although you could, but you probably won't want to. And then you have the very complicated matter. This looks ridiculous, doesn't it? I've now got to get that little quadrant in that. That's the curve.
Oh,
there.
hang on, I'm not a fan of that. That does not look like it's going to fit.
I know, you just think, no.
It will fit, won't it?
It does fit, and it will look like that. And I am really, I promise you, I am not an accurate sewer. I am a designer. I have not made thousands of quilts, and I'm not technical. So you will be able to do it, don't worry. And if it's a little bit wonky, it's a little bit wonky. No one is going to care. It's the deep, dark ocean, for goodness sake. So who cares? So you've got to get that into that.
Convex into concave.
Concave, there you go. So what you want to do is try not to stretch everything out. You're going to put pretty sides together, and you put the cave, this top, the bigger piece, on top. I find that easier way to sew. There's two schools of thought, but I think that is easier. And first of all, I'm going to align the edges here, and I'm going to make sure that they are secured with a pin. So what you need to do is you can't, like if I started pushing this all the way around now, it would all stretch out. So what you need to do is you need to make sure the front, the top is secure, and the bottom is secure, and then you make the rest fit.
Right, a bit of easing.
You do a little bit of easing. You want a slightly smaller stitch length on your machine, and as I say, it'll go in, and if it doesn't, who cares?
We can always unpick it and do it again.
You can unpick it and do it again. Sometimes I'll put another little pin there just to keep those edges really straight. And I might do that because I'm sewing on the telly. But then you get pins everywhere.
Yeah, that's it.
But the thing is, I wouldn't do one at a time with this, because I think every time you come to it, you're going to feel that you're all fingers and thumbs again. So I would get a few set up and do a curved piecing sort of session, so you were getting more and more comfortable with the technique as you did it. Okay, so you can see how now it's starting to behave itself. And again, you're just going to go from, just try and get it to work from the middle, and it will ease out, she says, with great confidence. It always takes so long when you feel like people at home are watching. You think it takes so long, but you've got all the time in the world. And just do little snips with your pins there. So I'm just aligning these edges.
This is going to help you stop getting puckers, is it?
Puckers, and even if you do have one, you know,
you can hide a lot with pressing as well.
You can hide a lot with pressing, and you can unpick if you absolutely get desperate. You can unpick, but I'm not a big fan of unpicking. That's going to pucker there. Anyway, I can show you the one I've made earlier. So.
Oh, Katie, my daughter isn't even 1.5, and I'm already like getting emotional. Katie says, she says, I bought the book. She says, my son is off to uni too. She says, I've distracted myself. I've made 5 quilts for him and his friends who are all off on different journeys.
Oh, do you know what it is that you haven't got, I mean, our eldest went a couple of years ago, so he's going into his 3rd year.
So you're over that now?
Yeah, we're used to him coming, we're used to not seeing him every day. You do get used to it, I promise you, but having the completely empty house will be strange. But it's also, we haven't got children at home.
Yeah.
So it is strange, but it's what you want for them. It's absolutely what you want for them.
A couple hours away.
Yeah, no, you're talking like it's an end. I mean, he's going to Bournemouth, you know, it's not really any major drama. But anyway.
So you said about shortening the stitch length.
Shortening the stitch length. I think mine's on 1.8 now, but that will be how it was. So I think under 2 probably would be good. And do a quarter, like a really scant 1/4 inch seam. And scant means that where the 1/4 inch is, you really want to be less than that, just a little bit less than that. But I've got this 1/4 inch foot on with a guide. It won't cause me any troubles at all, I'm sure. Just be consistent with it and hope for the best, she says. And then all you're going to do is you're just going to do your stitching all the way round, and you're going to try not to, let's slow it down a little bit. You're going to try not to stitch any pleats in, and you can ease it round as you like.
This is what's so good about these machines, that have got the speed control.
Oh yeah, because you do have a bit of control. You feel like it's less running away with you.
And I suppose it's quite a nice smooth curve to go around, isn't it?
Yes, and I think this will not be my finest stitching, but hopefully you'll get the idea of how to do it.
Brenda, who messaged in earlier, has given Hannah permission to show her message.
Oh, lovely.
She says, I'm making the quilt as a surprise gift for my brother. who lives in Bexhill. She said, it will just be perfect. Thank you to all involved with the design. That's from lovely Brenda. Brenda, keep us updated on how you get on, because are you on social media at all?
Yes.
Janet. So it'd be nice to see this
definitely
journey.
show me how you're getting on.
Thank you, Brenda. If that book makes it possible for you to make it own with maybe some of Janet's previous collections, nautical collections, or if you want to do smaller wall hangings or cushions with some of your own fabrics, bags, absolutely. I do like the curved block that we're doing now with the boats as a wall hanging. Be really nice.
There you go. It's not pressed. There you go. I don't think I've... There you go. It's done.
Perfect. Yeah, there you go. You seem
Give it
really
a good
happy
press.
with yourself. Are we
I
on?
said I don't want the iron on. No, I said I didn't want the iron on, and I didn't want the iron on, and now it's on. So there you go. You can see it's not perfectly straight. It doesn't matter. I'm going to give it a really good press.
It looks very
then
good to
you
me.
can trim it down to size, or you can just let it be what it is. And there's two schools of thought. I'm definitely not a perfect piecer by any stretch. And I think it's very useful for people to see that you can get the results without being, you know, pitch perfect in everything, can't you?
Absolutely. Are you pressing the seam in any direction?
All I did was, there's me not telling you what I'm doing. So all I've done is I've sort of set the stitches.
Yeah.
So before you undo it, you do set those stitches in. And then all I'm going to do is from the quadrant section, I'm going to push from here so that seam is as flat as I can get it. And I'm not using the iron as it really wants to be used, because it wants to be popped up, but actually I want to keep it on at the moment. And just ease it out. There you go, it's getting flatter already. So what I found when I've been making these is they tend to need just a little bit of a straighten up, you can see, because you've got lots of bias edges.
Maybe a bit of best press might be good for this block, actually.
You can, but actually you do want the bias to be working, because you've got to do that little bit of a stretch. So you're just going to have to look how wonky that is, but I promise you, when you put it in, you've straightened it out and you put it in, you won't notice. You really won't notice. It does look a mess, but I've made that one in exactly the same way, and that's what you'll end up with.
Brilliant.
Hand on heart. There you go. So that is curved piecing for the Terrified. And once you've got it in a quilt,
if you can manage it on telly,
if you can manage it on TV, it's
home.
just a little simple tricks. Make sure you get the end secured, the centre secured, and then ease things round. If you can lower the speed on your sewing machine, do, because that gives you just a bit of control. Smaller stitch length, because you want lots of little stitches to get that curve as smooth as you can.
And just to quickly mention, by the way, the iron is on early bird special today. In case you hadn't noticed, it's the lowest ever price that we've done, that Aliso Pro Plus. Have you seen these irons before?
Yeah, my dad at the Festival Quilts bought one.
Did he?
Yeah, and I said, well, have you bought that for Mum for her sewing? He went, no, it's for my shirts.
Well, hang on. I bet your dad paid more than £149.99. Just saying, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry, Dad. Sorry, Dad. You're too keen. Missed out there.
Split pay as well. It's the first time ever under £150. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And it'll be sent directly to you under the same postage and packaging, just £3.99. So just to see at the bottom, sorry, that it's at the bottom, it's right here. This is where the curved piecing block is.
There.
So if you were to buy the book, you could just do those two blocks as a wall hanger.
Yes, you could. You could. And even go down and do a darker bit and have it as a table runner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you could do another curved block, set it the other way, and that could be sky and clouds.
Amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of these, like you said, that they all tie in together beautifully. So pick which ones you want. You could do some of them, duplicate some of these.
Yeah, and make it your own. And if you've done curved piecing before and think, I'm never going there again. I mean, you can do half square triangles, you could just do stripes, you could do whatever you like with it, really.
Repeat your favourite block.
Repeat your favourite block. You can have lots of fun.
Brilliant. Loads of you checking out on the book, just so you know that once everybody checked out, over 200 books have sold this morning.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I I know. Honestly, it's so brilliant. I mean, what a lovely thought as well.
I shall drive home with a big smile on my face.
It's so nice for our community as well. You know, during our Sewing Street fan page, it's really nice for everybody to be posting pictures. I think we're going to flood the fan page with lots of pictures.
Fantastic. I shall keep checking in, thinking,
Yes.
well, they've had it a week. Why isn't it finished? Why haven't I seen it yet?
Yeah, this is what, like you said, take your time.
Take your time.
Yeah.
And it is a skill builder. So if you are beginning and you know that you will get yourself through all the techniques, you just want to learn the techniques, you can totally do that. And if you've been quilting for years, there's enough interest in there to keep you busy.
Absolutely. So whether you're brand new or whether you're like you say, you've been quilting for years, there's so much in there. There's foundation paper piecing in there as well, isn't there?
There is. We're about to do some foundation piecing, and I use lightweight interfacing. So there was a run on that last time I mentioned that. So you've got interfacing here, haven't you?
Yeah, we do.
I use a lightweight interfacing. The patterns are in here. Again, there's 2 foundation blocks. Start with that one. That top there, that is much simpler to piece.
Okay.
Start with that one. That one's called Time and Tide, that block. Exactly the same technique as the Mariner's Compass.
Right,
We're making the Mariner's Compass.
I thought the compass might be foundation paper pieced. You get such precision,
Yes.
don't you, in your points?
Exactly. The only other way to do that is to do it with sort of template and hand sewing, because in general we don't sew these Y seams. I've not put Y seams in here because I really don't like them, but you can't piece this section on the machine. You can't get it to lie flat. So foundation piecing is a really, really good technique to have under your belt. But I would start with this Time and Tide, which is right at the top there.
Yeah.
You just see the bottom, because that is a quarter square triangle, and then these blocks are really simple to go through, but they do teach you the exact technique.
We have a sewing lightweight interfacing, by the way. If you bought the kit, don't worry, that was included in your kit.
Yeah, it was in
but
there.
if you're just getting the book today, you want to have a go at the FPP. This is the Vaseline lightweight sew-in interfacing. It's just £2.99. If you paid your post and packaging already, it's worth adding to your order. So then you've just got it. Pop it in the book that when you're ready to do your FPP blocks, it's there.
Yes, and this is how I was taught. So this is how my mum does it, foundation piecing. And a lot of people who don't like it actually don't like the paper, sewing with the paper, whereas this interfacing method is removes all of that. The interfacing attaches itself to the fabric and is very malleable, like fabric is, unlike paper, and it doesn't rip, and you don't have to remove it.
Ah, right. I've never seen anybody else use interfacing before. This is going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, you don't have to remove it.
Brilliant.
So this is the block we're making. There's lots of techniques about how you can be very thrifty with your fabric here. And this is an exploded diagram, shows you the sections that you're making.
You'll have more than enough in one unit, that ½ a metre, to be able to do both blocks, by the way.
Yeah,
How do I
plenty.
transfer them onto interfacing
Right,
then?
so all I've done is I've taken a piece of interfacing and I've lined it up with the book. Again, you might want to colour copy this page or mark it up, but what I did was I got some of that low adhesive sort of washi tape, and I was taping it on so it wasn't moving, and I just literally traced over the section that I needed. And do transfer these letters and numbers, because they tell you what you need.
Get what order to do.
Okay, so you need those pieces on the lightweight interfacing. And then to be thrifty with the fabric, this is Pippa's brain, not mine, we then traced each section that we need. So this is section A1, and we've put the 1/4 inch seam allowance all around it, and then we cut the fabric out to that size, so we know that that piece will fit on A1.
Brilliant.
Okay, so I've done that with all of these, and this is what you're making. So the template's reversed.
Okay.
Because all of that marking out, all of those markings, all of those notes to yourself, they stay in the quilt and they stay there forever.
Right.
Now I've marked this up with a Sharpie because I knew I was coming on TV and I wanted it to be there visible for you. But what you might want to do is just do a pencil or a friction pen or something that you know you can remove, because I wouldn't want that Sharpie to come through on that pale fabric.
Can you see it on the front?
You can't, but I wouldn't even want to work out whether it was going to or not. So I've really just made this striking enough for the TV. So that's what you're making. You're only going to stitch on these internal drawn lines. So that whole piece has got 2 seams in it and they are straight. Okay, there's no measuring up, there's no matching points, there's nothing like that.
I've had a complete 360 with foundation paper PC. I've always thought this is daunting, it's for experts, it's for someone who's done a lot of quilting. And actually I think, no, it's the opposite.
And you can just break it down. You can just break it down. Thanks, Mum.
No, Janet, because I think actually for anybody who struggles with matching points, seam allowance, getting everything really accurate, you just sew on lines.
I know. And then what you've got here, so I'm doing this section here, and then you join that section. So there's there's 8 pieces.
8 pieces, yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So there are matchings, but that is really the only centre there is what you're going to want to match. The rest is done. Now it is upside down and back to front. So this drawing here is for me. It's the back. It's always going to be the back. And this piece A1, you always start in the order. So I'm going to do 1, then I'm going to do 2, then I'm going to do 3. Okay, so that is piece A1, and I'm going to put it underneath here with the pretty sides down, and I'm going to make sure that it is all covered, so the whole A1 piece is properly covered. Okay, and then we are going to put A2 in place, which looks like this, A2, and we have to turn this over again, and we have to put A2 down and make sure it's going to cover the whole piece, okay?
Which, because you cut it from the template, it will.
It will. Okay, so what we're going to do is make sure I'm not wasting too much of that shape in my seam allowance. So you can fold that on the stitch line, on that line, and make sure you haven't got masses of fabric over on your seam allowance. You can pin it in place if you want. I'm not a big fan of pinning because it slows you down, but it will stop everything moving. And then all I've got to do on my machine is sew from the top of that point, and I am going to...
So you're sewing on the line between A1 and A2?
Yes, exactly that, and just on that line. You're not going into the seam allowance, you're not going off it. That pin's going to get in the way. Let me just move that pin. Okay.
Do you start slightly off, or are you just going on the line?
Just literally on the drawn line.
Okay.
Just on the drawn line. And hopefully we'll prove that it's all going to work out just fine. And you go down, just sew on that. There you go. Too slow.
So you don't necessarily need to, with the interfacing option, shorten your stitch length. We've always said to shorten it so that it makes that perforation.
Yes, perforation easier. But no, we're not going to. We're not ripping it out. You can rip it out, but you don't need to, and it's just going to get softer and softer. Right, you can do a double stitch, you can go reverse and make sure it's all secure. You can do all of that. And then all we're going to do then, you can trim this away if you want to, particularly if you've got a dark fabric that's showing through. You can trim this a bit away, because again it's all firmly attached. There's going to be no stress on that seam at all. And then we're going to just fold it over, and it covers all of that shape. There you go. Now I'm not going to press at this time. Sometimes with the interfacing, this is another thing I could have said, is sometimes with the interfacing, it doesn't really shrink, but sometimes it distorts when you iron it. So I would get your sheet and iron it first.
Okay.
And then you know all of that is all done and dusted. It's like washing your fabric before you dress make.
It does all of that before, yeah.
Yeah, so you've got it all done before. Right, so A1 and A2 are now in place. So all I'm doing, I'm folding that down onto the seam between there, and I can trim this excess away so that I can, that helps me align my fabric better. Because of course you've really only got a 1/4 inch seam allowance to get the next one in if you're being thrifty with your fabric. And then we've got,
I mean, there's very little waste with this technique, isn't there?
yes, if you do this way, I have done it much quicker than this without cutting the fabric to size, and you just have to make it, you just waste a bit of fabric really. So pretty size together. Can you see there's a lot of turning things upside down and checking, but you can see through the interfacing, you can see where you've marked everything up, and as you say, you've cut the fabric so you know it's going to fit. And it takes you a while because you think, no, I'm sewing on the back, where am I, you know, how am I aligning all of this, what am I doing? But you'll be, don't worry.
I do like the fact you can see it with the interfacing.
You can see it,
yeah.
and it doesn't have to be removed, and you've got this really neat little structure. And then when you've done that, all you're going to do is cut it with your 1/4 inch seam allowance, and that's it. So again, just bring the needle into the start of the drawn line, and then you're going to stitch all the way down that drawn line, and then you're going to make 8 sections. She says not sewing on the line. You're going to make 8 sections, and then you'll piece them all together when they're cut to size. So start with the easier block if you've not done it before, but I swear it's made in exactly the same way. It won't look like anything while it's all rough and jumbled up like this.
You have to trust the process with
Trust the process,
yeah.
And it neatens it all up. You don't want to be so mean that you're not covering your seam allowance. And then give it a good press, and then you can trim it and it will look beautiful. That's it. That's foundation piecing.
How amazing. I do like that technique with the
I'm
interfacing.
going to need a lie down, not 3 hours on the
Well
motorway.
done.
I've done
I'm going to
curved
say-
piecing on TV and foundation piecing.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that proves to everybody who is starting out. Oh, Elizabeth said, could you use freezer paper?
I've not done it with freezer paper. Freezer paper's quite waxy and stiff. What I like about the foundation is you can see how it just wants to stay with the fabric.
She said, could you use freezer paper to iron the interfacing onto and copy the template on your printer?
Maybe. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
Maybe. You
don't think it's
experiment.
worth
It is definitely going to be worth half an hour of your time to work that out. Particularly, I mean, you could get through Mariner's Compass and you can do the slowest, least logical method because you're making one block.
Yeah.
But if you're making a quilt, that sort of thing that you've worked
That might
out will
give you a
be
bit
a
of a
really,
production line.
really good. So then all you do is trim that up and you will have a little section like that.
I love it, absolutely. And look at how precise all those points are going to be
It
all
sits in
together.
there.
That's it there. Brilliant. Interfacing, £2.99, half a metre, more than enough for a block. You'll have some there if anything goes wrong, you need to start
But
it
it
again.
might be a game changer. You might think,
Yeah.
oh, May Claire's onto something with this interfacing method. I don't know where Mum got it from. She might have made it up or she might have been taught it by someone else. But it's honestly, that's how we do it now in our house.
That's really good. I've never seen that technique.
She's
I like
probably
it.
telling me. She'll be watching.
Yeah.
She's
Oh,
probably
hello.
telling me.
Thank you for that technique. I think that's game changer us all. Right, last little roundup of the book. For anybody who has not yet got the book, there is still time to get your Spoondrift book. The kit's sold out, but you haven't yet missed out on making the quilt. If you love it, get the book whilst you can. Hundreds of these have already checked out this morning. It goes through everything that you need. So if you are supplementing and making your own fabric requirements, make yourself a little key. And then look, you have got step-by-step instructions, diagrams, photographs along the way to be able to make every single one of these blocks. You have got, did you say 25 different
There's
blocks in here?
25 blocks and 2 quilt settings. all the basic techniques, some stretching ones like the curves and the foundation piecing Mariner's Compass. Mariner's Compass is on people's wish list as quilters. It's one of those blocks that you sort of build up to do. And it's so striking.
I've seen you've had to buy certain rulers to be able to do Mariner's Compass and everything, so it's really lovely that you've got a way of doing it.
Bit of interfacing.
Brilliant. All of your step-by-step instructions are there. Yes, it's designed with the fabric in mind, but like you said, nautical colours. There's nothing stopping you doing it in monochromes. Add a bit of red if you want. Add more embroidery. Personalise it with dates.
You could make it out of shirts, actually, couldn't you? Lots of those pinstripe shirts would work nicely. Supplement. If you do want it to be washed and used, try and stick to cotton or stick to all poly cotton, just so that you know things are going to wear and wash at the same rate. But quilting cotton's there for a reason, because it's perfect for the project.
You've got all of your templates to size. They are to size. You don't need to be worrying about upscaling or anything. You've got your beach huts, your applique, your maps there. There are hundreds of books that have checked out today. Well done everybody who's there. Just so you know, once everyone's checked out, we're down to our final 60, which, sounds like a healthy amount of stock, but there is a lot of people who are constantly joining the phone line as we're doing the final roundup, so just be aware, if you do want the last of stock of the Spoondrift book from Janet Clare, grab it whilst you can. It's just $19.99. There's such beautiful blocks that you're going to use time and time again, not just for quilters. If you're a bag maker, do home furnishing, it's going to be perfect. We're down to 40 books now once everyone's checked out, so yes.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to be busy tomorrow. That's what I'm doing tomorrow.
It must be really humbling, though, when, these are all ideas that you've had in your mind from that
it's
sketchbook
very
back
humbling.
in 2018.
It's so bizarre. Yeah, it's so bizarre. And then you'll think, oh, that's, 60 orders. And then when you see all the names and addresses and the big piles, you think, wow, that's a vote of confidence. We don't take it for granted. So thank you very much.
Love it. And please share your journey with us, and of course with Janet as well, if you've got any photos as you're doing them. Right, shall we carry on checking out on the book? We've got to do the quilt behind me, because just whilst it's been hung up, it's checking out. I thought I don't even really need to talk about this, because you can see how beautiful it is. This is square dance.
It's square dance, and it's half square triangles, which, as I say, I never ever get tired of, because you can play around with them so much. And we have...
Should we have a look at some of them on the overhead, actually?
Let's have a look at them on the overhead. These are...
Oh, there's only 5 of the kit remaining.
Oh, there's only 5. We'll be quick. So these are from my blues fabric collection.
I loved this collection.
You loved the blues, did you? So there's the cream texture, and it is a texture. And then this is called, what did I call that? Crochet, I think. It's 4 beats in a bar. So it's all musical notes. I used to play the clarinet at school, but as soon as I left school, I stopped. It's really strange, isn't it? I played it nearly every day, and then as soon as I left school, I stopped. My dad plays the flute. And my cousin's violinist.
Very creative there.
We are creative. We are really a creative household. Yeah, my sister dress makes, and we knit and all sorts.
Love that one.
Thank you. So the staves. So these are all to do. So it was called the blues, with sort of jazz and that sort of blues music. So these are all notes sort of thrown and flying through the air.
Exactly.
That's the idea.
It doesn't scream at you, oh, this is musical, do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but for somebody who wants a bit of a nod to a hobby,
just keep it nice and subtle. Thank you. And then this one is my favourite from them, because this is based on Josephine Baker. I did some reading up about her, and she had a pet cheetah, and she'd bring it with her. And it was always backstage and sort of escaping and scaring everybody. So I've got a little bit of a subtle cheetah print. And that's the selfish quote, jazz it up a little.
Love it.
And every single one of those dots is a screen that was made and a colour that was made and went into the fabric.
So I mean, that's amazing in itself. But do you ever keep the salvages? Do you know anybody that makes things with salvages?
People do, do you know what? I don't actually make enough quilts to have a big stash of the salvages. But if I've got a little bit like that, I would keep it.
Wow.
So that is a square dance, super easy, half square triangles. Make them, you make a really striking quilt and nice and scrappy looking, simple to make. Maybe you need to have this as a little palette cleanser. So you do a block of the tricky block and then you do an easy couple of half square triangles.
Get yourself a bit of a production line going with this one, but that is lovely. I think it's 54 inches square. Everything that you need for the front of the quilt top included in your kit. It all comes in your lovely Janet Clare bag as well. Did you see many of these around Festival of Quilt?
I did see a few.
Oh,
it's very exciting.
Plus you've got your pattern instructions in there as well, but that's for the quilt behind me. A lot of people have been asking about that as we've had it up since 8 o'clock this morning. The pattern is also available on its own, by the way. If you miss out on the quilt kit, as there's I think 3 left of the quilt kit behind me. So if you want that one, grab the quilt kit. This is just for the pattern alone. Again, could I do this in red and white or red and cream?
Absolutely, use your scraps. The version up there is scrappy. So all I did was I pulled all my indigo scraps and all my cream, and that's how it's made. So yeah, you can make it as scrappy as you like.
Absolutely. I mean, could I make it bigger, actually?
You could make it bigger. Obviously, with the kit, you're kind of limited to, you might get a few extra blocks, but you're not going to get masses more. Yeah. But it's very easy to repeat because you've got one main block, this block here, and then all I've done is put a border of
I love
round, so you can thank you. It just breaks it up, doesn't it, and makes it look much more striking. But that's really good for a baby, I think, because it's a nice size. All the seams are very secure, so you can go in the washing machine. You're not worried about it. But it's striking because they can only see that high contrast for a while, can't they? So it's nice and striking. But yeah, you can make it as scrappy as you like, make it as big as you like.
Yeah, I like it in the 2 tones. But again, I'd be interested to see this in like rainbow colours.
Yeah, could be fun.
Really
could be fun because if you think each one of those diamonds is 4 bits of fabric, so you could really play. You could really play with it.
Lovely, and have even like a black dramatic dark background, and then bright colours.
Yes, all the bright colours.
Be really nice.
It would.
The instructions on their own, just £9.99 for the square dance quilt behind us. As we said, the finished size of the quilt is 54 inch square. £9.99. Right. I've also got this huge quilt, which again, Janet, I might need
Constance,
a hand.
let's help you. And we've got 2 colours of this.
So 2 different colours, 2 kits. Oh my word!
So this is called Constance. So again, if you love piecing, traditional piecing, and some applique, you can do that. Now I've used fusible applique, but you could ignore the bond web and do some traditional needle turn if you want, or do buttonhole stitch or satin stitch, whatever you like.
So this is the solid, isn't it?
This is the indigo and the cream, yes.
Okay, because there's a botanical one as well.
I've just made the inside of that. So
I'll show you that one in a second. Okay, sorry, we'll just hold this. Keep holding this one for a minute.
Keep with this one.
So there's a fusible applique, and then also some piecing. You say
yes. So really nice, and it's 1 inch finish. So it's a nice little bit of intricate piecing for you to do.
Wow.
Not too much, just enough to be interesting, and then big striking borders.
There's only 2 of these, by the way. Those of you who've got it in your basket, please check out as soon as you can.
Wow.
Literally 2 of them. Oh, that is beautiful. There you go. Look at it on the bed.
Yes, and it's called Constance because after Constance Spry, she did informal flower arranging, and I was very much sort of playing with the flower placement. So all the templates are, you've got a couple of flower shapes, a couple of leaf shapes, and you can play with them and put them wherever you want. The pattern shows you my exact placement. You've got enough detail to copy my placement, but the idea is that you can put as many flowers in, as many leaves, and make your own unique layout.
Beautiful. £62.49 on split pay, and it is 61 inch square finished size. So with that one, again, you have huge.
Oh yes, you've got lovely fabric. Yeah.
This is again your Moda, isn't it? Texture by.
That's my Moda fabric. So that's the indigo and then the cream.
And look at that. It is beautiful fabric. So it isn't just a solid, it's got that texture to the eye, and also your cream. So lots and lots of fabric. Plus, you've included our fusible as well.
You've got the fusible in there, you've got all the templates. Great. And yeah, honestly, it's a really lovely project to make that one.
Brilliant. What date was this on? Do you know, Hannah? all comes in the bag as well. This was on the 6th of May. 6th of May.
Was it May?
Back in May.
Wow.
Back in May. If you want to watch the show back, absolutely, you can on YouTube. Then we also have the second colourway, which is your botanicals.
The botanicals.
This is going to look really different, actually.
I know. I really love it in this as well.
So this is just the centre, obviously, before
This
we
is
started
just
the border.
the centre, and there is more variety in the tones. And of course, instead of a plain, it's got the subtle prints in the background.
love
And we're
that.
holding it upside down because the wildflowers are upside down. It doesn't matter.
It's beautiful.
So you
this
can
botanical range, we've had it, haven't we, before?
Yeah, you
and it's
have,
been
yeah.
really popular.
Thank you. Yeah,
Absolutely
so there you go.
gorgeous.
So it's all fused and ready for me to do some free motion or some buttonhole or whatever. So you're just piecing this. So the piecing here, you've got a big square in this corner, and you're going to put the flowers over the top of it, and it makes you feel like you've actually pieced more of a circular design than you actually have.
Yeah, it does. It gives it that circular illusion, doesn't it? Once again, in the kits, I'll open it up and I can show you all the fabric that you're getting in here. Thank you. You've got your instructions and your fusible, your Vaseline fusible in there, all your templates that you need for your applique. But this time it isn't just the two, like you said.
No, you've got much more of the botanicals range, and you've got the wildflowers for the background.
Okay.
And then a little sort of spriggy leaf.
Oh my gosh. I remember when we did these fabrics, and that feather one you bought in your sketchbook.
the feathers, yeah.
That's one of my favourites. And we
Thank
actually,
you.
I think we saw the last of it by the half metre.
I think you did, yeah.
I think we had the last of it by the half metre, so this could be your last look at the botanicals range.
Botanicals. They do come and go. They really do. You think it's going to, it takes, 2 years for it to arrive, and then it seems to vanish.
Yeah. So if you do want it, even for another quilt in mind, there's oodles of fabric in this kit, and then you've got your pattern still to do. That would look really nice in red and white as well.
Yeah, or you can do proper flower colours, every daffodil, every sort of tulip could be in a different colour. You can make it whatever you want.
Just £124.99, £62.49 on split pay as well, and potentially going to be the fun chance to get this beautiful limited edition quilt kit with the botanicals range. I like that it's the shade, the colours that you've used. These aren't there's no sort of
There's no true black and there's no true white.
Exactly. It's all a sort of very muted, beautiful
muted colour.
shades.
And if you put that grey next to a green, it starts to pick up a green tone. Yeah.
Well, I thought that with the feathers, I thought I could see sort of greens starting to come
Yeah.
through there. It's not greys, it's more of the greens.
Yeah.
Beautiful colour palette again. There are, again, a handful of those available. All of them are really, really, really popular. You do get your pattern, templates, anything that you need included. Pattern on its own for the Constance quilt is only £9.99 if you want the pattern. Got different fabrics in mind, different colours. As Janet said, if you want to use it for with bright colours, or your tulips, your different flowers in different colours. Gorgeous. Really gorgeous. That was back in... Was this the one that, back in May.
May.
If you want to watch it back, want to watch the show back with Janet on YouTube, then it's available. 6th of May. Honestly, it's been incredible
It's
today.
been a lovely morning. It's always lovely to come here.
I bet you've got lots going on then, because you work so much further.
So much further ahead. So, I mean, we sent off the strike-offs for another collection just a couple of weeks ago, and my next design deadline is the 1st of November to hand in drawings, so I should be sketchbooking and I'm not. Wait until they go back to uni.
Yeah. Oh, then you'll have lots of time.
Then I'll have lots of time to
Not all the
focus.
washing to do.
No, I don't want to.
cooking.
I don't want to sort of think about stuff like that, and I'll spend some time with them. And then, so we've always got things coming and going. But the motor fabric, genuinely, it does vanish. It really does. But it's always been a pleasure to come, and I keep dreaming up more ideas so I can come again.
Please, can you try and bring more quilt kits for us?
I think that most of the fabric seems to be in America.
Right.
So we'll see. Watch this space. We'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Do you know
welcome.
what date you're back with us? In
No, but
October?
I should. It will be in October. We
Perfect.
try and keep it every sort of 3-4 weeks.
Perfect. Thank you so much. What an amazing show today. Don't forget to stay exactly where you are. We can have a bit of a recap on some of the items that we missed out over the hours as well. And we've got loads of cushion kits on the website. We'll leave the graphics in of the book during the break, because I understand lots of people love, of course, listening to Janet, watching the demos, but if you want the graphics live, there's the item code for you. Grab the last few of the books during the break. Thanks, Bruce. He's going to leave it in the break for us. Stay exactly where you are. We're already in our final hour, so don't move a muscle. We've got lots of cushion kits to bring you, including some Delphine Brooks favourites back. Highland Cow for one. Lots of different cushion kits all available. And some of the tools, that we didn't get to. So stay where you are. We're back in just a couple of minutes.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere. Browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals. And message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, welcome back. Well done everybody who managed to get their Janet Clare projects, books. I don't know what's going on with the phone lines or baskets. There are so many of you who are there. I just looked at the call screen. I'm sorry about the extended break, but yeah, we're giving everyone a chance to check out on that book. If you've managed to get it, well done. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, have a look underneath us on the web. The book is amazing. Now, today's early bird special. Normally, I wouldn't necessarily repeat the early bird every hour, but I think it's so good today that everybody has to be aware of it. I know that people are in and out and watching at different times today, so please do check out today's early bird. It is not $162.99 today. For the first time ever, we're getting it under 150. This is the Aliso Smart Iron. Anybody who has not seen this iron ever before and is now absolutely panicking that I am leaving this iron on the ironing board unattended without holding it, it has got scorch protectors. So the whole benefit of this iron, it has that smart touch technology. So as soon as I touch it, it will lower. Soon as I let go, it will raise up and not scorch your fabric. I don't know at what point you would be sewing on a slant. Maybe your table is a bit wonky or whatever, but it also has, look at that, defies gravity as well. Anti-skid technology. It's also got that diamond ceramic plate, even heat distribution across the whole of the bottom of the plate, and it's a really good heat distribution as well. We've had lots of messages in today saying how well this irons. I mean, look, this is really creased cotton fabric that I've got here, and I've just been pressing it, and it is such, I don't know whether to say this because I sound like I'm being a bit too enthusiastic, but it is such a joy to iron. Do you know what I mean? It makes such a difference in your pressing when it's satisfyingly good. It is this shirt that I'm just ironing that I'm going to wear. I don't really know what this is or what this was, But it was very creased, and it's now going to look lovely when I wear it. It is missing an armhole, and I don't know what's happening here, but it's beautifully pressed. Everyone's going to notice that, aren't they? Just wanted to show you how on, stubborn creases, when you get your fat quarters home, any of your pre-cuts that you may have got, give them all a lovely press before, and just having that great steam function, having that extra space in the water tank to be able to put more water. It's all of these different little things that have been thought of. They've all been really well thought out for us sewers. First time ever, $149.99. Never, ever, ever taken it that low before. We're going to just do a quick price comparison. If you go online today, have a look on the interweb. That was supposed to be £199. Most places I've seen it between $1,899 and $1,999. They've taken it today to $159, which would have actually been probably the best price we'd offered. They've also got reduced stock, so yeah, they wouldn't have enough to go around if that were us. But we have taken it under £150 today. Absolutely make the most of it while stocks last. Your Eliso Pro Plus iron, it is designed especially with sewers in mind. If you also just grip the underneath of the handle, it just glides across your fabric beautifully. It's got a 3.7 meter cord as well. Fantastic steam function, and whether that be vertical steam or steam on your dressmaking garments, on your quilts, brilliant. $149.99, split pay option as well, 2-year warranty, 1 postage and packaging, 0 drip system as well. It also has the, what is it called when your water is hard? If you've got hard water in your area, and you're using it in your iron, it actually has a sort of anti-calc technology as well, so it will reduce lime scale, and it has all of that function as well, which is brilliant. It is one of those dream irons which I know a lot of people have been cooing over the last couple of months, but it is now your chance to get it at an early bird special price, $149.99. Well done everybody who's checked out already. You've got that offer on until midnight tonight. Take advantage if you're watching on any kind of replay. Speak to the customer service team. Remember, even though we go off air at 1 p.m, they are here until, well, they're here all through the night. They'll be here whilst it's available at midnight tonight. Hannah wants me to just stress that it's not the same person who's sitting here all night. We do let people go home. Hannah lets people go home. She says, I have no authority, but they do change shift patterns. Just in case you didn't know. Have you ever even been in the call centre? You have to get a special pass to get in. Does your pass not get you in? They don't let Hannah in. There you go, yep. Obviously because GDPR. They actually have a little locker system. They all can't even take their phones in. So yeah. Right. There is today's early bird special. It is a good one, isn't it? It is a good one today. Absolutely make the most of today's early bird. I'm just still pressing. Look at my lovely dress all ready to wear. Oh. Oh. Okay. Are we ready for some cushions? We have got lots of cushions to bring you. We've got pieced cushions, we've got a plique, we've got some tools as well, which we didn't get a chance to do earlier on. Where shall we start? We have to start with the Highland cow, don't we? The Highland cow. I've made this cushion. If you haven't made this cushion, oh, you're missing out. I think a lot of us have. We've sold these in the thousands. One of the most popular applique cushions, I think this sort of started off Delphine's Brooks sort of applique phenomenon that she's created here at Sewing Street. We've managed to get some back in stock last week when Delphine came in. That was back on the 8th. We managed to get them back in stock. We already had single figures, but I just thought I'd mention a great Christmas present idea. Maybe got some tweeds. Be nice with some like autumnal tweeds. Really nice with denims as well. All of your templates are there. That's your placement guide, but then you've got your templates at the back. And all of our artwork is done for you and you simply construct it, everybody will get what looks as good as this, I promise you, because of the templates. With Tulip Ink, it looks great, yes, but I've seen some really cool versions of the Highland Cow. There are hundreds of them flooded on the fan page if you want to have a look. Just type in the search engine Highland Cow on Sewing Street fan page. I know that Delphine's workshops that she's done at Festival of Quilts over the last couple of years, the one that sells out the quickest is the Highland Cow. We all love it, all absolutely love it. Great one to practice your free motion as well, to use up all of your nice variegated threads. Just £9.99 for the last handful of those single figures. And yeah, you know, we'll probably ask Delphine for more of these. We will probably ask for more, but it's not something we show all the time. As we're getting closer to Christmas and people are thinking about gift ideas for somebody, cushions are nice gifts, aren't they? Whether they be for new homes, for Christmas. If you're making to sell, this is a great one if you're making to sell. Generally, just by sheer popularity of this pattern, I can tell you that this will be very, very popular on your craft fair stall. You could put it into a big, large embroidery hoop and have it as wall art. You don't need to have it as a cushion. You could have that as a central block on a quilt, maybe. All that we ask is you give Delphine Brooks a credit. Don't sell or share the pattern, but anything that you make, then, of course, she says, fill your boots, make to sell. Maybe you make to sell at craft fairs, you know, stalls or church fairs, any way that you're selling or you're making for friends. Then Delphine, absolutely, she always says, make a few quid out of it. Go for it. As long as you don't sell or give away the pattern. Obviously, that's hers. Just £9.99. Looks great though in the Tulip Inks, doesn't it? Really nice. Now, another one of our most popular cushion patterns, I've actually put it up here as well, is this one. So we have got panel separately and instructions on their own. So we'll do the instructions on their own first. Now the instructions are brilliant. If you want to do, maybe you've already got the instructions, you want to make it again, we've got another panel for you. So we're doing it separately. So instructions are here. You don't need the panel, but we made it really affordable to be able to get the panel. I think the original one that Sally Ann made was with Liberty, and you only need, you know, small cuts. If you've got a charm pack, if you've got Janet Clare's charm pack, imagine doing this with your nautical theme. And in here, those of you that have worked with Sally Ann's instructions, it is again a real booklet. There's lots in here. So you've got your cutting guide there. You've got step-by-step instructions, how to draw your grid on your Thermolan. She does recommend using Thermolan as opposed to like an H640 because you need to draw a grid onto it. It might be a bit fluffy using H640. But there you go. So you get your rows of pleats, how to fold it back and sew it down. We've done many a demo on this in the past. You'll be able to find her doing a full demonstration online of how to do it. I also believe that there might be a YouTube tutorial, if I'm not mistaken. It's worth having a look on Sally Ann's Facebook page because she does. She runs her own little Facebook group as part of the project. So there's a lot of help and guidance and online support as well. So that's the instructions. If you've already got the pattern and you want to make another cushion, you could do it with your Janet Clare charm packs. We had Osnaburg on the show earlier, didn't we? This would be a nice one to use, Osnaburg and a charm pack. There's your instructions, but we've got also the panel separately. You've already picked this out for me. Is it that one? 18, yeah. Thank you, Kat. So in here, our team have put together the most beautiful panel where you're getting all of these little rectangles. So obviously if you're using a charm pack, you're going to have to cut up these little rectangles, whereas you've got 1.5 by 4 inch rectangles there, all already in coordinating designs. We've never offered the panel on its own before. You've got a fat quarter there for your piping. If you've already got your instructions, make more. Get yourself the panel for £12.99. And look at all of these beautiful coordinating fabrics. Just having all of those different prints and this selection for £12.99 is brilliant, isn't it? That's not a fat quarter, that's big. I suppose because it's wide, it's a big fat quarter, isn't it? And then you've also got these, which actually, Sally Ann, I don't think really used in the cushion, they're just extras. They like to fill the space, you see, our team who are designing these panels. I know loads of you have already made this. It's an opportunity to make another matching one without having to buy your instructions again. You've already got your instructions, get yourself your panel. Remember, Osnaburg from earlier was only £2.75 a half metre, and that is to create your beautiful, beautiful pleated cushion. It does look great with the rainbow, doesn't it? And nice that you've got your coordinating binding. Sally Ann does talk to you how to cut it out, how to join it together, how to create that lovely binding, and how to do it over piping as well. Looks very fancy. If you were to purchase a cushion like this in, let's say, you know, a garden centre or in Liberty, oh my gosh, it would be really expensive. I love how tactile it is as well, because it's got that texture. It's got that three-dimensional element to it. It's lovely. So that's another one of the most popular cushions, without a doubt, that we've ever had. Okay. We also have some more Delphine projects. So I've got some flowers for you. We've got the first. We've got inspiration panels. I'm going to start piling you a little pile here, Kat, because otherwise we get in a bit of a mess. Do you want to do the poppies first? Sorry. Poppies. Oh, it's good time of year actually. Obviously getting ready for Remembrance Day in November. This would be a lovely one. It's a bit of an inspirational project. Delphine has done so much with these in the past and they always look amazing. It's up to you how much you want to build upon it. So the main panel itself looks like this. Delphine's designed it, she's drawn the artwork, she's thought about the ombre in the background. But what I love about it is these panels are so versatile. They don't come in with instructions because this is your creative juices that need to flow. So you've got here the front of your cushion panel. You've then got options because this is classed as the back of your cushion panel. Get yourself some Osnaburg, make more. You could put this on the front, Osnaburg on the back, this on the front and Osnaburg on the back. And then you've also got all of these poppies that what Delphine has done, and she's shown us on air before, which you can watch back on YouTube, is layer up. Fussy cut these, cut around, put them wherever you want, create that depth and add hand embroidery, add extra stitching, add little beads if you want, add some French knots in the centre here. They look absolutely beautiful. Also, you could make little brooches with these, couldn't you? Do what you want with it. There's no instructions, there's no one telling you what you have to do. You can do whatever you want. You could stretch it over a canvas, couldn't you? This was demonstrated back in July. I think it was the 1st of July. If you want to have a look back on our YouTube channel, all of our shows are always saved. They're always there. You can always go back and watch any of the shows back. We have a few other of her flower panels. That one is the poppies, which is always one of the most popular. It's beautiful. When it was my birthday show, we launched the tulips and the daisies. And I think there were sunflowers as well. I think the sunflowers were there. So there were, which one do you want to do next? Tulips. Oh, thank you. Look how pretty this is. This was the most popular actually. It was on my birthday show and it is gorgeous. So you can start to see here how Delphine has used the panel and she's appliqued extra leaves, she's appliqued extra tulip heads. She's put this beautiful French knots to give it this lovely spray. If I open out the panel, then you can see what it started out like. So this is the panel. So that's the original. What I'll do, Bruce, can I show you something overhead, please? So you've got, oh, and a lovely spray time in the background. This was the start of it. Bruce, would you mind just showing that on there? There we go. So you've got here, and then just adding in extra tulips. I mean, that looks lovely how it is. You could just do that. This one is for your reverse. And this part, Delphine's actually used as the little overhang look between the two. She hasn't finished hemming it yet, but I'm sure she will. And then you've also got all of these extra appliques with some coordinating fabric. That's what I would use on the back, Delphine. I'd have put that on the back because you could put that as a little edging, couldn't you? I'm telling her off. Honestly, that is stunning, isn't it? £14.99. Bit of inspiration there of how you can use them. But get yourself your Rosnerberg or just some plain white, and then you can make a set of cushions, can't you? You can make 2 matching cushions for £14.99. Brilliant value for money. So I think it was the same date. Was it my actual birthday, the 26th of April? I think it was. I feel like I was actually here on my birthday. Yeah, so it was my birthday, 26th of April. We had the tulips that we launched and the sunflowers we launched, but we also brought back on my birthday the daisies. So the daisies, oh, I love it. How pretty is that? Bruce said, if I were born 2 months earlier, and how many years earlier, then we would have had the same birthday. £14.99. And I love the colour of the back of it as well, look. So here you've got actually a coordinating back, which is now filled with daisy this time. So you've got your daisy print there. Let's see what she's done. Shall I do my magic trick again? It is good, it is good. Hannah said, have you ever thought about, becoming a magician? I did go and watch, has anybody seen Darren Brown's touring at the moment? Yeah, you've seen him, look, watch, this is very similar. From this to this. It's the same one. That's Darren Brown. Add Delphine Brooks in there. Oh, so look, we've got big daisies on this side. What she's actually done is she's taken some of the smaller ones from what was supposed to be the back of the cushion and created its depth by putting lots of smaller ones. And then she's used a blue for the back. Blue for the back. Some white from the panel as well, just to add this illusion of another illusion for you, another illusion of binding, and then lots of skeins of fabric of cotton. Yeah, embroidery skeins, French knots in the centre, just some detail in the green and white. Isn't that lovely? It does give it a zhuzh. It also was available on the 26th of April if you want to watch the show back. It was my birthday show with Delphine. We also launched the sunflowers. Sunflowers, I think, is going to sell out today. I think this was my fave. So from this, oh, hang on, Bruce. Don't reveal the magic. So this was the panel. And this is the panel that you'll receive. It's got the front, it's got the back, and it's got extra sunflowers for you to do this. £14.99. And look at this beautiful, really, really beautiful detail. So what Delphine's done is she's taken these smaller flowers here from the coordinating fabric and just created this depth, so it looks like a whole field of sunflowers, doesn't it? Very clever, very, very clever. Adding some with Bonderweb, adding more of the leaves, doing detail on your machine, hand embroidering as well. £14.99. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you keep it as this, it looks lovely, doesn't it? You could just make a cushion out of this. You can make a cushion out the back as well of matching. Nice big cushions as well. I think they're 18-inch inserts in there. They're really lovely. Just £14.99. 26th of April if you want to watch a demo back of how she's created this great depth of your sunflower fields. Oh, what do you mean? You've been a bit naughty. There's a Helen Newton panel of a washing line cushion. Yeah. Don't have any instructions because we've sold out. But the people who already have the instructions, or how gorgeous is this for your stash? Oh, there's loads you could make with this. This isn't just a washing line panel. Look, there's so much more. It does say washing line cushion. Look at all these different prints. So you're getting a little stash builder there. So £12.99. Would be lovely, wouldn't it? Stash builder. You got gingham, spots, dogtooth, floral, paisley, strawberries. You've got this really big amount as well of your check with roses. Under 10 until midnight tonight. If you've got the instructions and you're making the cushion again, that's great, but this could be your first patchwork cushion. Let me measure them for you. Use it how you want. You have got here in inches, 4-inch squares, just under 4-inch squares. And then you've also got here this extra fabric, and there's how many of those? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20, 21 of those squares. And then you've also got this really lovely gingham print with the roses, and that is 27 inches by, just in case you've got a project in mind, by 14 inches. So that's a lot of fabric. And then you've got all this white as well. You can use, of course, whole panel, £9.99. It's supposed to be £12.99. Until midnight tonight, you can get it under £10. Oh, right. Can you hear the drilling at home, or is it just me? Right, so that one is a bargain, Hannah. Great stash builder, thank you for that. I love those prints as well. They're all sort of coordinating but could look quite scrappy. For EPP, that's a good one if you love your English paper piecing. I've got 4 panels here, not necessarily for cushions, but you absolutely could make cushions out of these. A floral bounty collection, which is without a doubt one of the most popular. I've got fat quarters, I've got strips, I've got hexes, and we've got charm squares as well. This is always one of the most popular collections that we've launched. They can be used for cushions, yes, they can be used for lots of things. They can be used for, oh lovely, fussy cut and applique. You've got 4 different scales of print as well here. So if you are doing, you've got your larger scales and then your smaller scales here, with the darker background, with the blue background, with a lighter pink background and a green background. How beautiful is this? And bearing in mind, these are big fat quarters. They are on 140 wide fabric, so they're big fat quarters. And you've got a little bit of wiggle room between these. That is so pretty. Fat quarters go a long, long way, don't they? There's lots of lovely fat quarter books that give us great inspiration of what we can make with a fat quarter. So just think what you can do with all 4 of these for £20, $19.99 today. The Floral Bounty collection that we've launched, it's exclusive to us. It has been one of the most popular. This is a lovely cushion that was made, noughts and crosses. I mean, you could make little placemats, tea cozies. The possibilities are endless. They could make lovely tote bags. They could be cushion fronts. Maybe if you're mixing your Osnaburg along with it to make it go even further, to line it maybe, or to use as a background, it's going to go a really, really long way. Lots of nice little scrunchies, tote bags or toiletry bags, makeup bags for Christmas ideas. Fat quarters we love. I mean, there's a lot that you can do with 1 fat quarter. You've got 4 there for less than £20. Our panels are fantastic value for money, aren't they? And it's really lovely quality fabric as well. It will press beautifully and wash really nicely as well. Now we've got the 2.5-inch strips. Well done everybody who got Janet Clare's pre-cuts earlier. There may be some from the To The Sea range, but oh, they've all been very, very popular today. If you do love working with the jelly roll, this is a bit different though. Jelly rolls and design rolls, we all know, are 2.5-inch strips that are cut for you, rolled up, ready to go. What I love about what we've done with these, we've printed them all onto 1 panel. Now, yes, you could cut these into individual strips. So you can see here, they're 55 wide. Generally, your quilting weight width is 112 wide. These are 140. 140. So you can see here that they are definite sort of 2.5 inch strips. What I love about it though is that you could instantly subcut this like that and it would look like you've done a lot more piecing than you have. You've got options to fussy cut into squares. They've all been spaced out perfectly. But my favourite thing about these panels is it's gone a bit further. So actually, if I just pull this down to the bottom here, can you see how some of these also overlap? So it's very, very clever. If you are cutting these into strips, by all means, they'll look great, but you could use the whole panel as a quilt front. You could use it as a quilt back and it will look like you have done all of that piecing. You could just use this as it is to back a quilt and it will look absolutely glorious. Practice your quilting. I'm always one to be dubious about putting my free motion foot on when I've done a lot of piecing on the front of a quilt. You think, oh, I'm gonna mess it up doing the quilting. I'm just gonna stick to my cross hatch or I'm gonna stick to very, very basic quilting. Whereas this, go to town on practicing your quilting. Just do it as it is. It's lovely. I know that there are people who have made aprons and circular skirts using 2.5 inch strips before. There's a lot of patterns that call for 2.5 inch strips, so by all means cut these up, but just make yourself a cushion front and it will look like you've done all that piecing. It's amazing. So they're the strips and the fat quarters. We do also have, sorry, my folding is horrendous, Cat. Hexes. There are some great ideas from Wendy Orlando with hexy panels. She's done some beautiful cushions in the past. It's worth having a look online because I know when we think of hexes we think of English paper piecing, but actually if you were to just cut out 9 of, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah, 9 of these, and did a lovely zigzag between all these, then the diamonds also play a role in your design. So yes, lovely colours. 5 inch charm squares as well. Sorry to whiz through these, but we've got a lot that we want to get in 20 minutes. The charm squares. And now these do have a gap between. It's not the end of the world if you want to cut these to be able to make into a cushion just in a 9x9 again. All you need to do is make sure your zigzag covers all across it, this, and just zigzag between them and it will still look like you've patched them together. But you have got that bit of wiggle room if you do want to cut these and they're still going to be accurate 5 inch squares. Larger scale prints, smaller scale prints, you've got strawberries. Bit more of your floral summer theme, but nice to still keep in your stash. It's the Natural History Collection Floral Bounty. Is absolutely beautiful. Exclusive to us here. Nice colours, really nice colours. So we've got another collection as well. It's been used on the cushion behind me. Oh, up and away. Is it that one? Oh, lovely. Because how beautiful is this cushion? There are hexes, there are fat quarters, but if you want the squares like this is beautiful. It's the first time I've ever seen this, you know. I've seen it on air, seen it on the telly. Oh, that's a lovely cushion. Who's made this? Cara. That is a beautiful finish, isn't it? I like that a lot. Right, here you have, oh nice, up and away, 40 coordinating 5 inch squares. Oh, I love the vintage feel to it, the very sort of antique. You've got lots of maps on there, you've got your compasses, your globes, obviously your hot air balloons as well. Oh, I like it a lot. What are you going to make with this? Do you like the idea of that cushion? Let's have a look at the other one as well. Your cushion. Then you've also got this one, look, if you want to do all of them. Oh, look, you can see here. So variegated thread, really packed zigzag satin stitch between them in a metallic-y thread. It looks lovely, doesn't it? So actually, we haven't even patchworked these together, just literally cut and stitched between them. Amazing. If you want to purchase the strips, we've got all of them, the strips, the fat quarters. Did you say all of the collections available? The hexes, they're all underneath us on the web. Have a look on pre-order. Oh, let's have a look at that one. Look, so just an idea, hexes, just an idea for strips. storage baskets, long bags. That's lovely, isn't it? Have a look underneath us on pre-order if you would like any of those. I think the inside's been used with the fat quarters actually, and the strips, the straps with the 2.5 inch strips. They're all there. They are all there. Thank you very much for finding those, Kat. Okay. I have got some Amber Makes. So Hannah was told to do cushions, but she's gone rogue and she's done a quilt kit. We have got here the Amber Makes Linking Stars quilt kit. Is it a bit Christmassy? I'm feeling a little festive with this. It's exclusive to Sewing Street. It's using a Lynette Anderson print fabric. The reason that we have put it into this hour, if any management are watching, we're not going completely rogue doing a quilt kit, because in the pattern, you have the pattern to be able to do the quilt, but you also have a pattern to be able to do the Rising Star cushion as well. So even though the bundle says, look, obviously you can make the quilt, it does have instructions to do the pattern on the cushion as well. Single figures on this one. It's been really, really popular every time. We've cut these fat quarters in-house for you. Amber Makes instructions. Lynette Anderson's latest Christmas range is called Three Wise Penguins. I love it. Holly, prezzies, stars. It was originally demoed on the 22nd of the 8th of August. They're little stockings, by the way. Look at that from a distance. They look like stars, don't they? Come on in, Bruce. Because they're actually little teeny weeny tiny stockings. Ooh. Oh, so they are. You got stars. Bruce. Oh, this is lovely. I like this one. Very pretty. And then you've also got, I believe, 4 meters of cream. 4 meters of cream as well, all for $79.99. I've never even seen this before, and it's already down to single figures. That's going to sell out today, I think. Oh, over 100 of these have sold previously. I don't think we're going to be able to make any more because we've cut these in-house. They're fat quarters that we've cut in-house, so we might be able to get the instructions on their own, but to be able to get this gorgeous brand new Lynette Anderson collection, that's what the sample was made out of. Do you have finished size? Yeah, let's have a look. It is, let's have a look. Well, background. So it says here that the wadding backing fabric, finished size quilt, there you go, 78 inches square. It's not a small quilt, it's a big quilt. So to be able to put together this bundle again, I think it's probably going to be a no. But if you do want the last few whilst you can, this would be nice for non-Christmas fabrics as well, wouldn't it? Once you've got the pattern, you'll be able to use the pattern again without a doubt. $79.99. That's a lovely kit. Really nice for under £80. Oh, right. We're going rogue again. Where are you going, Hannah? Yeah, go rogue. It's fine. It's 10 to 1. Batting tape. Batting tape is quite rogue, but those of you that have got wadding, if you've got stash of wadding, thank you, don't throw it away, don't get rid of it. If you've got really little ones, I mean, it can be used like toy stuffing, can't it? But to be able to get 2 pieces of wadding together and literally, without having any extra bulk, literally put the 2 pieces, butt them up together, pop this tape in between them and press it down, and it will literally bring your 2 pieces of wadding or 3 pieces of wadding, however you want to do it, without having a big ridge in it. So it's designed especially for your wadding. It means you're not going to have to be, you know, trying to... We always think about stash, and we always think about having scraps, never throwing away fabric, always using it for something else. We very rarely mention, with that in mind, wadding, but we always have small odds and ends of wadding. Keep them together, piece them together like you would your fabric, but with your batting tape, and it's not going to be bulky. Just £7.99. Obviously, just be aware when you're pressing it, if what wadding you're using, polyester wadding, etc. You know what I'm talking about. Speaking of pressing, early bird special today. Early bird special is the Oliso iron. It is a game changer in your craft room. Can't wait to speak to Delphine. I think she's in on Thursday, so message in, ask her how she's getting on. But secure it today because it should be $162.99. When Delphine is here on Thursday, they will bring the graphics live for the iron because she owns it, and it will be $162.99. You're getting it today for under $150. Scorch guard protectors with that touch sensitive handle, the auto lift technology, which is genius for sewers. Imagine doing bias binding, pulling it along, having to reposition things without having to just leave your fabric scorching your, without having to leave your iron scorching your fabric. Reposition, move your half square triangles, get the next one, press it, open a seam and leave it where it is. It's going to save time and hand fatigue as well, less strain on your wrists. There's lots of benefits of having this one. It was designed by sewers for you for just $149.99 today. Remember, elsewhere you can pay a lot closer to £200. We saw it on sale somewhere today. It was $199 and they've dropped it to $159, yeah, so it's even £10 lower than that. And you're getting that post and packaging covered for the day if you're multi-buying. So anything that you're ordering today, you don't need to do it all in one order. Combine your order throughout the day till midnight tonight and you'll only pay 1p&p. I do love it. I'm so sorry again, time has not been on our side, has it? We've had a lot to talk about and a lot scheduled. So everything is still listed underneath us. It's all on pre-order. Anything that we didn't get a chance to do, have a good browse, especially if you've already opened your order today. Have a look through and see what is available. Speaking of which, have we got any of the books available? There were hundreds of you have checked out. There are now over 60 people who have got it in their basket that haven't yet checked out. That's so unusual. I hope you're okay. I hope everybody's having, not any troubles on the website, because that's very unusual to have 60 people who have not yet checked out. So I'm hoping there isn't difficulties. If you're watching on a replay, it's worth having a go. Call the call centre if you're issuing any problems on the web. Call the customer service team. Everybody needs to make the most of this. Spoondrift quilt pattern instructions. We've got applique, foundation paper piecing, simple piecing, curve piecing, embroidery, cross stitch. There's something for everybody in there. Blocks for everybody. Lots of beautiful inspiration and just a really nice book. Don't get me wrong. It's not cost effective for every designer to do this as part of their projects. I think it just shows you the time and the love and the detail that's gone into that sampler quilt that Janet said it's too much to tell you in an instruction booklet. I'm making a book. That's how much I love this quilt. That's how much it means to us and how much there's in there. Every single one of those blocks is not repeated. They're all, 25 different blocks in there, learning different things. If you do want one of the last few, we are now oversubscribed on books. The kit's completely sold out. It doesn't stop you from doing it with your own fabric though. Janet works with a very tight colour palette. So navies, ivory, sand sort of colours, different couple of tones of blue. Janet, obviously, she works in that sort of colour palette, but you can do it in whatever colours you want. If you do want to get the design roll, you'll obviously be able to use it and then supplement some for your stash. It's obviously not enough to do the quilt, but you'd be able to incorporate it along with maybe denims, or we said about using shirts as or any other quilt design. This is going to look lovely, isn't it? This is the only pre-cut fabric that we now have left of that new collection. 5-inch squares sold out, 10-inch squares sold out, kits sold out. Only way of getting fabric from this brand new To The Sea collection is in your design roll, which again, handful left, $47.99. Hello in Merseyside. Love the show today. Great tips and so much inspiration. We'll be spending the afternoon with my sewing machine. Thank you. Thank you. That's That's what we aim to do, is aim to please, aim to give you lots of tips and inspiration. And if you do want more crafting, don't forget Hobby Maker's up next as well. So just have us on if you can. Tomorrow, I'm going to be back. It's the first time I've met Tracy Dennis. I can't wait to meet her. I've heard I'm in very safe hands. I've got a jam-packed day tomorrow with 2 guests. Fabulous fabrics at 8 o'clock. Stay tuned for the early bird as well. I'm sure Ben has managed to find something very exciting. We've got the Owl and the Sewing Cat. Christmas patterns. Lovely Tracy. I've never met Owl and the Sewing Cat before. It's the first time I've met Tracy. I'm really excited. We've also got Crafter's Companion here tomorrow. So Becky's going to be bringing us lots of goodies as always. Hobby Maker have got Hunky Dory today. Hunky Dory, Paper Dynamics, Creative Expressions, and also even more Hunky Dory. Heard a rumour they're going to be doing a little bit of Christmas as well. At 12 o'clock, is Tracy going to be staying with me for the Brother Sewing Machines? Oh, yes. Yes, she knows all of the sewing machines, so she's going to give us all the tips. So I'm going to ask her all the questions on air, all of your questions that you have. Enjoy Hobby Maker, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you so much for your company. Have a serious think about the Alysso iron. Do you know, I love the sound of it. It's like the little Toy Story. I just love he talks to me. So cute. Thank you for your company. I'm back with you bright and early tomorrow morning. Check out as soon as you can, and we'll see you tomorrow.